Welcome to the Board of Zoning Appeals for Thursday, May 28th, 2026. We're starting with the roll call, please.
Burrell.
Here.
Fernandez. Throckmorton. Kudzinko.
Here.
I'd like to approve the minutes. May I have a second, please?
Second.
This is for the approval of the minutes of March 26, 2026.
I'm sorry, was there a motion to approve?
Yes.
Oh,
so-
thank you. Who is the second?
Leslie Kudzinko.
Thank you. Burrell.
Yes.
Fernandez. Yes. Kudzinko.
Yes.
Do you have any reports, resolutions, and communications from staff?
We do have one remaining item, which was the approval of the amended rules and procedures that we gave to you in March. So the main changes were the incorporation of the expedited agenda process, which was something that is being implemented tonight, but we do need to obviously formally approve those amended rules and procedures to enable that, that path.
Oh, sure. All right. I will entertain a motion to approve the amendment.
I'll motion to approve the revised rules and procedures.
Second.
Burrell.
Yes.
Fernandez.
Yes.
Kudzinko.
Yes.
All right.
Ms. Burrell, I think we also, Jackie Scanlon, Assistant Director, wanted to acknowledge Tim Ballard, who was a member of this board for a number of years, joined initially in 2022, I think, and he filled the role that was both a Plan Commission and a BZA appointment of the mayor, and took his role very seriously and was very helpful, I think, especially to members of the public, understanding what was going on here, and tried to, do his best to make the role valuable and helpful for the community. He and his family have moved away, and so we just wanted to thank him publicly for the many hours he gave to this board and Plan Commission as well. And we are seeking to fill that position, and so hopefully that will be done soon as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we have one petition continuing to the meeting of June 25th, 2026, and that's ZR 2026-05-0020. That is continued to June 25th meeting. And we are now entertaining the expedite agenda. And the first petition is ZR 2026-23-007. This is 613 North Street.
Yes, thank you. Jackie Scanlon again for this petition at 613 North Street. The petitioner is requesting a variance from front and side building setback standards to allow for the replacement of a dwelling mobile home in the R2 zoning district. So this property, you can see the aerial on the right and the survey on the left, historically contained a mobile home. That mobile home was on a pad that was longer than 70 feet. The petitioner has replaced that mobile home with a shorter mobile home so that you can see there on the left, it is contained within the property, but does not meet the setback standards on the north or the west side. As you can see, the arrows pointing to the locations where the corners are close to the property lines. The site has unimproved right-of-way to the north, and it actually contains a septic system as well and sloping to the east and south. of where the pad currently lays. And so the department is recommending that the Board of Zoning Appeals approves the variance request to allow for the replacement mobile home to use the existing pad that's already there, with the condition that it is for the currently placed structure and does not allow for additional encroachment or movement of that structure, which is what the petitioner is requesting. And I can answer any questions.
Okay, so so the presentation from the petitioner, is it 20 minutes for this one, or is it smaller?
Yeah, so the petitioner still has the same allotted time. The main difference with the expedited agenda is there's a 3-minute public comment period for that.
Okay.
The petitioner certainly still has the 20 minutes, although we encourage petitioners that are on the expedited agenda, if they so choose, to keep the presentation a little bit briefer.
Sure.
But yeah, still has the same full time, still same
All
presentation.
right, so may I have the petitioner, please? Are they in the house? How many people are going to speak? I'm going to swear you in.
You want to speak and I can help you?
We both speak if it's okay.
Okay, can I have both your names, please?
I'm Stacy Renard.
And I'm Mike Renard.
All right. Mr. and Mrs. Bernard, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Proceed.
You gonna talk or me?
When we bought the property, we called the planning department. We asked if it was okay to put another mobile home back in there. The only stipulation was we move it a little bit to the east. We had water ran to it because when we bought the property, it said it had city water. It did not. So I worked with Nancy Axum Utilities, Snyder Construction, ran the water. It was a year into this before I'd ever heard of a right-of-way. And so we're kind of new at this, you mean. We had the property surveyed to 2 different people. The first one we didn't feel like it was correct, so Deckers surveyed it. And this would make somebody a nice home. We said from the very beginning we'd turn it into a Section 8 or affordable housing for somebody to live there. I feel like the property we've cleaned it up. It was a mess. I mean, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the area, but it was quite the mess when we bought it.
We moved over 200 used syringes throughout the property and the yard. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yeah, take turns. So, Mr. Bernard, go on.
So, I mean, like I said, we're kind of new at this. You mean, I'm not really sure if you have questions from us or anything like that. Those are our intentions, though, is to turn it into affordable housing. I know there's a high demand for affordable housing in Bloomington. We're close there. Like I said, we ran water to it. We got a mobile home there. We got a permanent foundation. There was a variance passed 30 years ago for the property. I feel like it'd be a pretty good thing. Like I said, we've cleaned it up. It looks nice. At first, when we first bought it, we had to call the police out a few times, to run people off, and a couple people got arrested. But it's really been a positive effect, I think, for the neighborhood. And we will continue to make it a positive effect if you guys will give us that variance.
Thank you. Mrs. Renard, would you like to speak?
That's okay. I don't have anything to add.
Are you okay then? You still have time remaining if you have to add anything, okay?
Do you have anything to add?
I don't have anything else really to
Okay.
say. Do you have any
Yeah.
questions?
We will get to questions in just a little bit. Okay. All right. Now from questions from staff or for the staff or the petitioner from the board. Any questions? No questions? Okay, so we're going to open up to public comment. Is there anybody in the house or online that would like to speak?
If you are on Zoom, you can send a message to the host or raise your virtual hand in order to be acknowledged for public comment. I don't see any on Zoom.
None in the house, so we are back to the board for a final action. If there are no questions, no statements, I'd like to entertain a motion. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Burrell,
Yes.
Fernandez,
Yes.
Kuzinko.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you, congratulations. All right, we're now moving on to ZR 2026-040014. This is for 122 North Roosevelt Street. May I have the staff report, please?
Good evening, I'm Joe Patterson, zoning and long-range planner. Before us is a request for conditional use to allow for a duplex by converting the existing single-family home through an addition, as well as a variance from the front build to accommodate that addition for the duplex. As you can see here, the existing home is currently placed on the far east end of the property. And by adding the addition to the home, it does not meet the front build-to requirement. In addition, the variance for the front build-to also helps to maintain some existing vegetation, some long-established trees there. Petitioner did work with staff to meet parking requirements and the impervious surface coverage requirements. And through that process, we find that all the conditions are met for the conditional use for the duplex, as well as for the variance. And therefore, we do recommend that both the conditional use and variance are approved, with the conditions that any units to be rented must be registered and inspected by hand, and that the trees identified in the front, the west end of the property, are to be maintained to the maximum extent practicable. And I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. May I have the petitioner on this case, please?
He is online.
The petitioner is online. Daniel, you should be able to unmute and speak now, and you'll have 20 minutes once you get sworn in.
Yes. Before you start speaking, can you say your name, please?
Hello, yes, this is Daniel Gutierrez. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Proceed.
Okay, so as Joe was explaining, it is our intent to build a duplex, mainly just based on the existing plan, but is built on the site, which is located at the back. The duplex is intended to be consistent with the same typology of house, 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom. It is consistent in design guidelines with what the studio demands, and also intent. We intend to provide a bit more housing while being, let's say, low-scale redevelopment of the plot. We intend to keep all parking and also all the development within towns, and also as well as highlighted to preserve the vegetation and the evergreen trees which face North Roosevelt Street. So just want to thank the planning staff for all the work and back and forth we've had. We presented this to the Green Acres Neighborhood Association and has some positive feedback. So I hope we get the variance and conditional use approved. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time, and you still have some remaining time if necessary. All right, any questions from staff, for the staff or the petitioner from the board?
I have a question for staff. How many parking spots were, it looks like a long drive, and then is it 3 parking spots in the new, for the new potentially approved plan?
Correct. There are 3 proposed spots for the duplex.
And then the rest would be street parking?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment here or online for this project?
If there is anybody online that would like to speak to this petition, please use the raise hand function and we can recognize you. I'm not seeing anybody online.
All right, so we're back to the board for final action.
Hey, John, is your mic on? We're having trouble picking you up.
Sorry about that. There we go.
All right,
Yeah,
thank
so
you.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the proposed findings and approve the petition for ZR 2026-040014 with the 3 conditions articulated in the staff report.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Burrell,
Yes?
Fernandez,
Yes.
Kucinko.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
All right, moving right along. Congratulations, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you to the council members and staff.
May I have the presentation on ZR 2026-04-0019? This is 402 West 6th Street.
Thank you. Eric Grulich, Development Services Manager, presenting this petition. So this is a request for a property at 402 West 6th Street from the petitioner to several variances are being requested tonight. One, I'm so sorry here. I pulled up the wrong presentation. Give me just one second. There we go. Oops. Good gravy. There we go. All right, should have everything working now. So this is a request for a property at 402 West 6th Street. The petitioner is here tonight to request variances from architectural and design dimensional standards to allow for the use of fitness center, small, in the mixed use downtown. The petitioner is specifically requesting 5 variances in order to reuse this property. The petitioner is proposing to construct 2 new outdoor sauna buildings on the property. The property has been developed with a 1-story, story and a half multi-tenant building that has a large green space on the northwest side of the property. So the petitioner is trying to reutilize that green space to construct 2 new outdoor saunas. So that use is classified as a fitness center, which isn't allowed use. However, in order to utilize this green space on the property, the petitioners are trying to work within the confines of the downtown zoning code, which presents some challenges in terms of utilizing this green space while at the same time accommodating the petitioner's proposal to construct 2 new buildings. So the 2 new buildings that the petitioner is proposing to construct are about 8 by 10 and are located on the west side of the property. The structures are about 10 feet tall and would be used for an outdoor sauna. So as I mentioned, trying to accommodate this use with the zoning district standards creates some challenges that are certainly unique to this property because it is unique in the downtown to have a large open green space on a particular property while trying to incorporate a new building design and at the same time preserve an existing building. So the petitioners are requesting a variance from the minimum structure height. So 20 feet is what is required within the downtown. As I mentioned, these buildings would be about 10 feet in height. So this is a request to allow up to an 11-foot. They're also requesting a variance from the building roof design to allow for the shed roof design. Also requested a variance from the windows and door requirement for primary facades to allow for, in essence, a variation in the design to accommodate this unique building use. Also requested as a variance from the primary pedestrian entry standards. These buildings, while they are a primary use, are kind of functioning really as accessory buildings and would be accessed through the main building itself. So the users of the property are not directly going to these buildings. So they are requesting a variance from the primary pedestrian entry standards, as well as because of this unique building use. The typical design standards for the downtown are designed to accommodate long-standing buildings that are permanent, much taller in size and scale. So these buildings typically are made of wood. So the petitioner is requesting a variance from those architectural materials in order to allow for the buildings as they've shown. So as I mentioned, there are several variances that the petitioner is requesting variances from, and so we did make findings for those based in part of, as I mentioned, on this unique property in the downtown that has been developed in a way that is very atypical of downtown properties. It has a large open green space on it that is very challenging to use while keeping the existing building. So we did make findings to support the variance criteria and are recommending approval with the 3 conditions that are listed in staff's report, and I'm happy to answer any questions after the petitioner speaks.
Thank you. May I have the presentation by the petitioner, please? Can you state your name?
Emerson Orante.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I think staff did a great job of summarizing what we're looking to, or what we are requesting. Our petitioner statement's pretty thorough as well. Out of respect to the expedited agenda, I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you. You will still have some remaining time if necessary.
Thank you.
Any questions from staff, for the staff or the petitioner from the board? No? All right, we are open to public comment then.
If there is anybody that is in council chambers, certainly feel free to approach the podium. If there's anybody online, please use the raise hand function and we can recognize you. I am not seeing anybody online.
All right, well, we're back to the BZA for final action.
I'll entertain a motion for ZR 2026-04-0019 to approve the variances, the 3 variances listed in the staff report. The conditions. Thank you.
The variances plus the 3 conditions.
I motion to approve ZR 2026-04-0019 with the variances and the 3 conditions listed in the staff report.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Burrell,
Yes.
Fernandez,
Yes.
Kutsenko.
Yes.
All right, congratulations. Moving right along. All right.
Can I just make, sorry.
Yes.
I just, this is a really funky site, so I didn't really want to extend the expedited nature of this, but I really appreciate the petitioner's willingness to make this kind of investment downtown and the staff's ability to work through this.
Thank you. Moving on to ZR 2026-04-0016, and this is for a request at Patterson Drive from north of Allen Street to the east of Fairview Street.
Thank you. This is a request from the City Engineering Department for a project that the city is undertaking that involves resurfacing as well as installing some pedestrian improvements along a substantial section of Patterson Drive, as mentioned, from Allen Street to Fairview down to Roger Street. So this petition involves resurfacing the road as well as installing new sidewalks along a portion of the road frontage. So this project does cross across a intermittent stream that is subject to floodplain regulations as well as riparian buffer standards. And so those standards do allow for some disturbance, but list those activities allowed as only as crossings, not activities that allow for parallel movement with the stream. So the variances that are being requested tonight is conditional use approval to allow for these activities within the floodplain, and then a variance from riparian buffer standards to allow for the sidewalk to move through that area as well. So you can see a site plan just kind of showing the rough area. As I mentioned, it's spanning from roughly east of Roger Street to just about 1,100 feet north of where Allen Street moves through here. So the petition, as I mentioned, involves a lot of resurfacing, but also the installation of the new sidewalks. So certainly this is a unique situation where we have existing facilities that are in place that were constructed prior to current standards, and the city is coming forward to install these new facilities and obviously are held to our own rules and regulations. So the petitioner is coming forward in order to request the appropriate approvals to allow for these activities, and so we are recommending approval with just the one condition that is listed in staff's report, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Once the petitioner speaks, obviously.
Yes. May I have the presentation by the petitioner, please?
Yep, Kendall Kanoki, Engineering Department.
Yes. Do you swear to our firm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this is part of a larger $4 million maintenance project that's happening this summer on Patterson, Grimes, Rogers, Kirkwood. This is just one little piece of it. As Eric mentioned, it seems to be a recurring theme. We did a resurfacing project last year that kind of got into some floodplain riparian buffer, and a lot of our roads do that. So this is just kind of a small portion of this larger project, but we're doing some work in the floodplain. We are getting the approval from the state. We're going through that process right now. And there's also a local floodplain permit that's associated. Once we get our approval from the state, we go and we get our local floodplain permit, and that includes a variance request that you all are considering tonight. And then there's also kind of a separate, the riparian buffer request that Eric mentioned, which only results when our roadway is parallel to the streams, not perpendicular. If you're familiar with Patterson, there's streams on both sides, and then they kind of turn and cross and weave underneath. So it makes it a little confusing to know exactly where these variances are or aren't, but it's roughly in that area. And essentially what we're doing is resurfacing the roadway, rebuilding curb ramps, which we're required to do under federal law, and then we're also doing some safety improvements. So we're doing some truck aprons, we're doing some sidewalk gap, filling in the gaps, we're doing some traffic signal work. So all of this is kind of what causes this to be a variance and a conditional use request tonight. So I'm happy to answer more questions. It is a large project, but hopefully tonight we're really just looking at that small area that Eric mentioned. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You still have some remaining time. Do you have any questions for city engineer? All right. So we're going to move on then to public comment. Anybody in the house or online that would like to speak about this petition?
If there is anybody online, please use the raise hand function and we can recognize you. I'm not seeing anybody online.
All right, we're back to the board. Somebody?
Hold on a minute. I am chatting with one member of
Sure.
the public who's having trouble raising their hand.
Yeah,
Give me
we'll
just a
take a
second to
minute
figure out
here.
what petition they're interested in. It's not this petition,
Okay.
there does not appear to be any public comment online for this.
All right, we're back to the BZA for final action then.
I will move, excuse me, I will move that we approve the conditional use and variance for ZR 2026-04-0116 and adopt the following, the conditions articulated in the staff report.
Second?
Roll call, please.
Burrell,
Yes.
Fernandez,
Yes.
Kutsenko.
Yes.
Congratulations. Now we have concluded our expedite petitions, the expedited agenda. We're going to move to our regular petitions, but I'd like to keep the pace. So, let's go. So now we're going to entertain ZR 2026-02-004, request for 508 North Lincoln Street. May I have a presentation from the staff, please? Staff report.
Yes, so this is a request for a property at 508 North Lincoln Street for a variance from front building setback requirements to allow for a deck for the use dwelling come a single-family residential. So the property has been developed with a single-family residence on this property. There was previously a deck and patio along the front of the building. However, it was removed at some point in the past, and a new deck was installed. The new deck does not meet setback requirements, and so a notice of violation was given to the property owner for that. The front building setback requirement allows for the house to be constructed, or the deck to be, doesn't allow for decks to encroach. So it could not extend further than what the previous kind of stoop that was there was allowed to be. So the new deck does not meet in setback requirements, as I mentioned, and would not be allowed in between the building and the street at all because the house is at the building setback line. So other than the stoop that is there, the deck as shown would not be allowed in any capacity. So the petitioner is requesting a variance to allow for the deck to remain as is. We do not find that there were any peculiar conditions. The UDO does not allow for nor desire to have decks along the front that encroach in the building setback areas. Certainly the building is at the setback area and is existing, and they can certainly do that, but obviously new activities on a property have to be compliant. We certainly understand the desire to have an outdoor deck. However, that is not a common use, a common portion of a building that, the denial of the variance would deny the reasonable use of the property. The building did exist for many decades, without the deck. They simply constructed the deck without the permit or contacting us. So we did not find that there were any peculiar conditions that, as I said, presented a hardship in the use of the property. And so we are recommending denial of the variance. And with that, I'm happy to turn it over to the petitioner.
Thank you. Is the petitioner in the house, please?
And I believe the petitioner is online. Tina, you should be able to speak.
Hi,
Hi, Tina. Can you state your name, please?
Tina Soames.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
We're requesting that we keep the deck the way it is and you have a variance. If not, then can we build the deck back to the size that it was prior to us enlarging it too large?
Go ahead and keep your, we'll exercise that, the right to ask that question to staff, but can you just go ahead and continue with your statement, please?
Yeah, it's to request the permit the existing deck, which extends beyond the minimum required setback from the public sidewalk, a side
Okay, so what you're telling me is that you want, wait a second. You need to present your request, your petition, and then we can ask questions later. Do you see what I'm trying to say?
A variance for the existing deck.
Okay, sounds good. Do you have anything else to add?
No, ma'am, I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much. And you still will have some time if you would like to speak again, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right. Now I'll go back to the board. If you have questions to the petitioner or to staff.
For staff, what's the delta between the original and the new deck?
Give me just a second. I will put up a picture that kind of highlights.
Thank you.
So this is picture. This is a slide of this structure that was there before. So it did extend from the building a short ways. So the UDO does allow for maintenance of non-conforming structures. So to a limited degree, the petitioner could redo the deck was there, as long as typically what we've done is, as long as supporting posts and structures are preserved, you can reface a deck. So you can do some normal maintenance to it, but you do have to keep main structural elements of it. That being the support structures. We can certainly work with them. It's obviously difficult at this point because the entire previous structure was completely removed. So we would need to work internally with the staff to determine, what could be rebuilt to accommodate what was there while still falling true to the limitations of the UDO in terms of non-conforming structures and maintenance to those.
And then I just have a procedural question. If we deny the variance, is there still an opportunity for them to go back to the original deck?
So
would it
what I
have to be-
could possibly suggest, if the board wants to fully ensure that the petitioners could go back, is rather than approving the full variance to show the structure that was there now, you approve a variance to allow for a deck of, I don't know, 2.5 feet, 3 feet, whatever. It's hard to discern what was there before because I'm just looking at a picture. So you could approve a variance to allow for a deck of 3 feet of depth. Obviously, you would have to make findings for the peculiar condition. Staff did not make findings for that.
Okay. Thank you for answering these questions.
Any questions from you, John? Okay.
So, Eric, can you help me out here, though? I mean, if the previous, because in our findings, we're saying that, a front yard with only a 4-foot setback from the property line would not be consistent. What would be consistent?
Are you asking, like, what is the common established block face along here for buildings? We'd have to go back and look at the corridor as a whole to see if there are other decks or something that encroaches. Again, these would all be nonconformities. If there are other decks along this block face that encroach.
Well, I'm just in the criterion findings, number 2, it says that a variance, the last sentence, a variance to allow a deck in the front yard with only a 4-foot setback from the property line would not be consistent with the surrounding uses in the area. I'm just asking. What
Yeah, so what that is
would be
looking at
consistent?
is the petitioner's request to have the deck only 4 feet from the sidewalk is not in character. There are not other structures or decks along here that are only 4 feet, so that variance as requested is out of character.
I understand that, but if we're saying that this is not consistent, what is consistent? Because I'm just trying to get to the question of if the original smaller version of this was okay, what were the dimensions that would keep it in line and consistent with the other? Because I know this neighborhood fairly well, and it's the porches and decks are like all over the map. I mean, some of them are just as close as what they built, and some of them are set further back. I'm just not sure how we're defining consistency in a neighborhood that has such irregularities, if that makes sense.
Yep, understood. Give me just a second. I'm trying to pull some things up here.
I think the issue here is there was a deck that was existing, and it was already,
Yes. And so whatever that setback was, I'm
yeah,
asking,
and
would
it
that be
was-
considered
it was
consistent?
Yeah, it was removed, and I think that deck, I wouldn't call it a deck. It would be more like a porch. Yeah, balcony in the front of the house. So once this new structure is a new structure, and it's beyond of what,
Yeah.
Yeah, as you look at, and I can try to show this on the screen here real quick. Looking at the existing buildings along here, you can certainly see that. Give me just a second, and I'll show what I'm looking at here.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm looking at the property that's on the, at the corner of 9th and Lincoln. I think it's the southeast corner. I mean, it looks like that deck is like right on the street.
Yep, so what I'm showing on the screen here is a GIS, and so as you look along this block face along the east side of Lincoln, north of 9th Street, you can see that all the buildings are pretty much in a straight line. In terms of the block faces, as you move north, you've got buildings that are further back, but you don't have any buildings that have decks that extend further, off of the building, closer to the street. So the deck that was there was certainly atypical. And so as we made findings and suggested that, the extension of the deck to get further from compliance was just even more atypical and out of character with the block.
But can you push that map up a little bit further so we pick up that? Yeah, so then you go down to that corner just to the south. I mean, it looks like that.
Yeah, typically, when the UDO uses the term block face, it's to reference between public streets along the same side of the street. So, in this case here, we would look at from north up to 10th Street along the east side of Lincoln. And that's generally how we characterize an area or block face as the UDO treats it. So like I said, if the board wants to approve something different, obviously that is your purview and your right. We would just need to make alternative findings for some of those criteria.
I'll just say, it's hard for me to look at this when the house literally 2 houses down has a deck all the way up to the sidewalk.
Yep, certainly, like I said, you're going
So
to
I could
find
see-
situations where you have
Yep.
non-conforming structures. that were built prior to current code.
Okay.
Obviously the challenge for us is, do you perpetuate these situations that don't meet code and whatever that is? You have a building, and as I mentioned in the findings, the building can continue to be used for the manner in which it's zoned and has been used for decades without the granting of the variance. So the denial of the variance is not depriving the owner of the reasonable use of the property for which it's been used for decades.
If you don't have any more questions, I'm going to open to public comment. And while you ponder, and we'll go from there, so. Can you state your name, please?
My name is James Ford. I live in High Point neighborhood. Before
Thank
we
you.
begin,
Can I swear you in?
sure.
Yes. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Before I begin, Mayor Fernandez's voice, I can hardly hear you, so your microphone isn't working or you're not speaking loud enough. I live in High Point. I feel like there's two questions here, whether we should allow this deck to continue or what should we allow to replace it. And then there's a reference to a deck that's a half a block south. The deck half a block south is also owned by the same people, and they added the deck, and none of us in the neighborhood happened to complain that particular time, and so it went forward. So comparing it to that deck is, I think, not appropriate. This deck is comical. It is a caricature. It looks like a circus, but you have a picture of it without people partying and leaving their junk everywhere, and it's really a magnet for activity that is not conducive to a residential environment, and we hope that you deny the variance to allow this to continue as existing. And even the previous deck was not really used much, just to put garbage cans on, so it'd be nice if whatever they do replace it with, if it looks a little bit more architecturally connected to the original building, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comment. Anybody else?
If there is anybody online that would like to speak to this request or this petition at 508 North Lincoln, please use the raise hand function or send a message via chat and we can recognize you. I'm not seeing anybody online.
All right. Well, we're back to the board for discussion or final action. What?
I don't have any questions.
Well,
or-
my thoughts are, we have setbacks for a reason, and it's to keep order and organized, and keep the homes organized in a fashion. This house sits at the setback already, 20 feet from the center of the road. So any structures that grow beyond that, they are encroaching on a setback. So what they had before, even though it was encroaching on a setback, it was not an eyesore and it didn't cause any issues with the facades of that block face. In the situation right now, it's almost like they moved the backyard to the front yard. So so that creates issue in a neighborhood, of course, and in a block face. So
The steps have been changed, the little steps going down.
Yeah. I guess my only thought would be, I know there was a little bit of a discussion about, can you amend the recommendation findings to, accommodate some kind of commitment to going back to what was previously there. I think from just a matter of kind of administrative clarity, I think we would be better off just acting on this specific proposal And then if they want to revisit that, then there's a process that they can just engage with, the staff to sort that out and do it in a way that would be, I think, more measured, no pun intended, than trying to do it on the fly here.
Does that work with you, Eric? Adding a condition that they can go back and,
Well, so our recommendation is denial.
Yes.
So there are not conditions that you can put on a denial.
yes, it's denied.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can create a new,
A new structure.
something that can be approved, but then you have to fulfill the three criteria. You have to have, facts of findings of fact.
So based on that, unless anybody has any other questions, I'll make a motion. I'm going to move that we recommend that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the proposed findings and deny the petition for ZR 2026-02004.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Burrell,
Yes.
Fernandez,
Yes.
Kutsenko,
Yes.
The motion has been denied. Moving forward to ZR 2026-03-0010. This is 1017 West 9th Street.
Thank you. So this is a request for a property at 1017 West 9th Street. The petitioner is requesting a variance from tree preservation standards for the use dwelling, single-family detached. The property is on the south side of West 9th Street and came to the department's attention as a result of tree clearing that occurred on the property. So the property was covered with did have closed canopy coverage present on the property that was subject to the tree preservation requirements of the UDO, required a certain amount of those to be saved. Approximately 80% was required to be saved. The petitioner, as I mentioned, removed all of the trees on the property. And so, as we have dealt with these in other situations, certainly there was a remediation plan that was put forward to them to restore that closed canopy coverage, required the installation of 9 trees on that. The petitioner is seeking a variance from the tree preservation standards to not require those 9 trees, and they are requesting a variance to not install any new trees on the property. And so that is the petition that is before us. The petitioner has shown a conceptual site plan that they intend to develop the property with a single-family residence and a garage in the back. However, that is not necessarily part of this request. It's just extra information that the petitioner has given. So we did not find that this the variance criteria. Obviously, the protection of tree canopy coverage within the city is very important. So not having that on the property is injurious to the public health and morals. Again, not remediating the loss of the tree canopy coverage does have impacts on adjacent properties. And for the third criteria, we did not find that there were any peculiar conditions that did not allow for trees to be placed on the property. We're always happy to work with individuals to work around development plans, to accommodate those. So, again, as I mentioned, we did not find that there were any peculiar conditions that prevented new trees from being installed. And so we are recommending that the board adopt the proposed findings and deny the petition.
Thank you. Is the petitioner in the house?
Yes, hi, Fiona Taggart.
Are you both going to speak?
Hi, my name is Zandro Plyman.
Okay, so I'm going to swear both of you in at the same time, okay? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. One at a time, please.
Okay. First, an apology. We didn't know about the tree canopy and that we couldn't remove them. So apology for that. We wouldn't definitely have asked before doing it had we known. But I want to, when we sent out our letters, Habitat for Humanity wrote us back in a letter of support, and it was really kind of them because they gave me some good talking points about how, where this property is by Butler Park and White Oak Cemetery, which has a lot of trees, as well as along the Beeline, there's a lot of trees. But some of those points were that most of the houses in the neighborhood, those lots have houses on them. So this is just a unique, it just happens to be a lot that doesn't have a house, and that, that is the best use of that lot, is to have a house on it. So unfortunately, to put the house, you have to remove the trees. And, having, when you build a house, that increases the property values of the houses around it. So it is a good thing. So the homes adjacent would increase in value, and the neighborhood in itself to have all homes on the lot. So really the best use of this lot is with a home, and unfortunately there's just not room for the home and those trees. We do have plans to put in shrubs and plants and practical trees when we build, and we do plan on building. We've got to sell a house before we can build, but when we build, we will have a landscaping plan, and Sandro's very good at that. We definitely like greenery, and it won't be just grass, it will be plants and trees and shrubs. I think that's all I need to, do you have any, that's all I need to say.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add, so I'm open to your questions.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, we're back to the board for questions. Have any questions?
How many trees were there?
Can you speak up?
Yeah, just a quick question for staff. Remind me, how many trees were on the lot originally?
So it wasn't necessarily, I can look and see if we have that information in terms of a number. The way that we approach these situation is, here is the canopy coverage, is a certain square footage. And then, when we look at a remediation plan, we generally approach it as a large canopy tree will have a coverage requirement of X amount. It's around 250 square feet-ish. So when we look at what was required to be saved, the 80%, that was a certain square footage number. And then, the planting of those 9 trees would accomplish that 80% number, that square footage number. I think that it's probably pretty close to that 9 number.
So I guess when I was looking at it, I went by the property, and when I look at this, and it strikes me that this comes up a lot in front of us. There's peculiarities about this that we should talk about. But what I find a bit frustrating is that we place zoning on properties that have permitted uses, yet the conditions of those properties, when you try and do what's a permitted use, kicks in a whole bunch of other issues because there are, long-established kind of canopies, which I totally get. I'm not against canopy trees, don't get me wrong. But it just seems like we create a condition for conflict that puts us in these kinds of situations where, we had this with a request a couple months ago on Cottage Grove. Permitted use, there's an old tree there, it has a zoning, but then all of a sudden now, you have to get variances and go through a bunch of hoops because, there are trees, which are great, no one's against trees. But it's just, it just seems a bit frustrating that If we zone things, it's the same thing on the north side of town. I mean, you got a big, the project off of North Dunn. I mean, it's a big piece of land, it's got trees on it, but we zone it for a particular use, and then when the property owner comes forward with a plan to make an investment and do what is permitted, all of a sudden we have conflict because of the natural condition of the land. So that's more of a comment than a question, but I guess the question for the petitioner is there a opposition to, doing a landscape plan that's consistent with the code?
No, there's no opposition. We just haven't gotten that far in our house planning process, but we would be more than happy to accommodate the number of trees necessary to put them back, how they work with the structures we plan to put in place.
So I have a question for staff. Actually, are you done, John, or?
Yeah.
Sorry, could I add something to that? When
If
no.
we ask a question, you may proceed. So my question is for staff. So the trees are gone. If we deny this, is there going to be any penalty to them? I mean, they're going to build, so when they build, they're going to be required to put trees in there, correct?
Well,
So what
right,
happens-
there's a current notice of violation now.
Correct. So what
how-
happens to that?
How that gets resolved is, there is a remediation. So if you deny this, and they have to plant in the trees, the 9 trees that are required to accomplish that canopy requirement. So if they don't do that, then it's just, per the enforcement procedures outlined in the UDO of fines that until they get to a state of compliance.
Okay, so if we approve it, then can we put a condition that they have to have a site, a landscape plan approved by the city that fulfill?
Yes, so obviously with an approval, you can put conditions on that, and you can word those conditions accordingly. What I would suggest is rather than just a broad landscape plan, you be specific in some regard of, a minimum X of trees or shrubs or something. Something to give a definitive plan to review something to.
Okay.
And again, obviously, with the findings that are in the staff report, you'll need to propose alternative findings for the 3 criteria.
Correct.
Can I ask a clarifying question, though? I mean, we're not being asked to, what are we actually being asked to do?
So they're
asking for a variance, which we don't really want to do, but we're responding to a notice of violation. So they haven't submitted, have they submitted a full-blown plan for the development?
As I mentioned, they submitted a conceptual plan for what they intend to do with it. So the petition that is before the board is to install no trees. So the board either, approves that variance with alternative findings, or you deny that variance per the proposed findings in staff's report. As I mentioned, if you choose to approve it, you can condition it if you should so choose, but then also need to propose alternative findings.
But if we if we adopt the staff recommendation, then they just need to file a plan with the remediation, correct?
Yes, they would need to give us a plan showing those 9 trees or something that accomplishes that square footage.
Okay. Which I believe they said they were okay with. Am I correct? Okay.
Well, let's go thinking about how we would craft such an approval, but meanwhile, let's go to public comment.
Yes, I don't think we've done public comment yet.
Yes, that's why I'd like to go to public comment. Can you state your name, please?
Kari Bennett.
Hi. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
My name is Kari Bennett. I am with Habitat for Humanity of Monroe County. I submitted a comment letter, which is in the packet for everybody to be able to review. I'm not going to repeat that. I just want to also share that when I first saw this petition for a variance, I was interested because I do know that this is one of the very few lots in this neighborhood that does not have a single-family home. Habitat happens to own one of the other very few lots that does not have a single-family home. And it probably is not surprising to hear that our intention when we bought that lot is to build a single-family home for low-income residents of Bloomington and Monroe County. That being the case, thinking very carefully about the role of zoning and the intention of giving by right status to build single-family homes and maintain single-family homes on certain lots should have some clear meaning. And I encourage you to take that into consideration with this request. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We do have one person online. Joan, you should be able to unmute.
Can you state your name, please?
Joan Mindorf, you should be able to unmute and speak. Yeah, I'm not sure. We can come back if she's able to
Okay.
respond.
All right, we'll go back to our discussion here. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, John, because it is a conflict. And nobody's against trees. Nobody wants to remove trees unnecessarily. The issue here, I think the issue was even though they apologized, it was that they started the process previous to setting up a whole plan, which as an owner of a lot, it's their lot and their right to do it. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. It looks like Joan is ready to
All right.
speak. She's resolved her issues. Go ahead, Joan.
Can you state your name, John? Joan?
I'm Joan Midford. Do you want to swear me in?
Yes, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
I'm Joan Midford. I live blocks straight through there. I don't know if you know, there used to be a house on the block, so it's not like you can't deal with what was the house. That house got torn down about 10 years ago, 8 years ago. It was in really bad shape, so I'm really happy for his house to go through. I did like the idea of putting the condition on so they have to show them what the people sent back. Or if they did that, they wouldn't be resolved.
Yes, we can hear you. We will discuss that.
Okay.
Do you have anything else to add?
I mean, just, there is a problem with that lot, is that there's a stream that goes through there, and a lot of water pours out from that down, people who live down on the street, which is problematic. So I do think the city could help resolve this whole situation.
Thank you. Do you have anything else?
No, just, I really glad that it was a nice house there, I think it would be great. But I do hope the city doesn't stop them or find them, because I think they're doing a good job to make a house there. But I do agree with Ken.
Well, thank you for your statement. All right, we're back to the board. And now entertain a motion if you want to make a motion to approve with condition. And remember we have the 3 proposed findings.
I guess it's a question for the staff. When I look at the conceptual, I'm trying to envision, how would you do 9 canopy trees? I mean, it looks like you could do some, trees along the frontage, maybe 1 or 2 in the kind of lawn, but then there wouldn't be much lawn left. I mean, it goes back to my frustration about this, where you have a property that historically has a larger number of canopy trees. But if you build anything that meets the code as it relates to setbacks, minimum sizes, all those other things, it'd be very difficult to figure out how to do 9 canopy trees. I mean, are we saying give up a garage, give up a front porch? I mean, it just seems like if you're trying to do a 1-to-1 replacement, that just doesn't seem reasonable. If we're trying to encourage people to invest in our city and build housing. So I guess I'll, like to hear from my colleagues here, but I'd like to think about how to properly word a motion here.
I agree, 100%. I'd like to figure out a way to word a motion that we can help these owners for getting to their plans and getting more housing built. I realize it's coming, there's fines involved and what have you. But what is the easiest path? I don't know if there is one. That's what I'm struggling with right now. I guess, what are the, because it's zoned as a multi-use and not a lot.
It's zoned single family.
Single family.
Single family.
Excuse me, single family, and not just like a residential lot. Are there differences in the trees?
No, the tree preservation requirements are the same
for
in
both.
every zoning district.
Okay.
So I would recommend, if we are leaning towards approval, that we craft this, that we recommend for approval, but then we need to have specific findings for 1, 2, 3. Number 1, not injurious to the public and health, safe and morals, general welfare, because the owner will replace the trees on the trees and/or vegetation on the property when building, with the construction of the home, with a site plan approved by a landscape site approved by the city. Number 2, the owner will remediate the loss of tree canopy so it will not result in adverse impacts in the use of the value of the surrounding properties. Number 3, the strict application of the term the UDO will not result in practical difficulties. That's the one I need your help here. The deed is already done, so how do we remedy this?
I have a general question for you, for staff. So if this was, let's say there wasn't a violation, there wasn't 9 trees knocked down, and this was just people coming to build a house on this lot, would 9 trees still be the percentage number, or would it be according to the house and the lot?
No, it's according to the
So the
area.
preservation requirement would be the same regardless of what
So
somebody's
regardless
intended
if this,
development
like,
is?
the past and what have you, anybody that goes to build on this lot has to put 9 canopy trees?
Yes, yes. Or save what was there. I mean, we're in the conversation of 9 trees because everything's been removed. If everything hadn't been removed and we had come in and had this conversation on the onset, then we would have said, oh, here are the trees that are on the site now. You saved these, and this gets you to your 80%. Maybe that was 9, maybe it was some other number. It's hard to say.
And don't forget to craft a condition as well.
I'm working on it.
I'd like to ask a question to the petitioner.
Oh,
Are you, if we work in approval here, are you in agreement that you will work with the city to create a landscape plan that will be acceptable at the city?
Of course, we're happy to work with the city. And I previously had been working with Phil with utilities because before, when we bought the property, there was water pooling on that southeast corner that was affecting our neighbors to the south. So I wanted to resolve that issue because it had been ongoing for a long time. So he actually dug a trench on the alley there to help with kind of remediate this, this pooling. So I've been working with the city, but always been thinking about our neighbors, that have been affected by this kind of flooding. So yeah, my wife and I are happy to work with the city.
All right. Thank you.
and then I have one last question for staff. The site's aerial imagery, I can't say that word, imagery, that's just using software, looking at the lot size and then saying, okay, the lot's this size, 80%, and looking at imagery from before for what we think the canopies were before?
Yes, so we looked at old historic air photos to judge what the canopy coverage was before everything was removed, and so that's what we used as our baseline to determine what was the
And
coverage.
was the old house there with that, or was it just a plain lot?
Give me a second, let me see how far back.
Because I would love to see what the
Yeah, so the
original
old
structure had for
house.
landscaping.
Give me just a second, I can share this. The old house was located on the far north side of the property.
The middle one?
This one right here, second from the left. So it's basically in line with the house to the east of it.
I have alternative findings.
Do you have any more questions?
I don't have any more questions. No.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We are now going to, back to the BZA for a final action. If you have, I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion. First, I want to move that we adopt 3 replacement findings. And I'll read them. I think I copied them and sent them to staff. That'd be easier later, but here's my take on number one. The granting of this variance is not expected to be injurious to the public health, safety, and morals or general welfare of the community because the applicant has committed to a tree replacement plan that maintains canopy coverage on the property. This plan is consistent with the goals of the comprehensive plan and climate action plan, which identify the preservation and expansion of tree coverage as a community priority and demonstrates the applicant's commitment to advancing those stated goals. Alternative finding 2, the approval of this variance will not result in adverse impacts on the use and value of surrounding properties. The applicant's commitment to a tree replacement plan addresses the loss of tree canopy and is consistent with the city's adopted plans and policies regarding the preservation and protection of tree canopy coverage. Number 3, the strict application of the terms of the UDO would result in practical difficulties in the use of the property. The site's constraints are such that accommodating the minimum requirement of 9 large canopy trees is not reasonably feasible given the proposed development layout, and the requested variance represents the minimum relief necessary to allow for practical and functional use of the property. So based on those proposed alternative findings, I would recommend that we approve the variance and the proposed alternative findings with the condition that the petitioner develop a specific remediation plan for review and approval by the planning staff.
Second.
Just from a staff perspective, and this is just merely a suggestion, as I mentioned, we would encourage at least a few numbers of trees so that we're not in a situation of trying to negotiate something. It helps to just have a baseline. If they want to do more than that, that's great. But again, it's just simply a suggestion.
What is the frontage of the lot in feet?
It was about 7,000 square feet. It was the size of it. It's about 60 feet wide.
60 feet, so how many street trees would that require?
2.
And then the back and the side are to the owner's discretion.
Right, John, do you want to add a minimum amount of trees as a condition as well?
I mean, I understand and appreciate what Eric's saying. I don't feel capable of picking a number. So if you want to recommend one, I'd entertain a friendly amendment.
A minimum of 2 sounds completely acceptable. But I don't want it to be under.
Yeah.
Where is that plan?
What do you think a reasonable number is, Flavia?
Well, I'd say you have 2 street trees. You can have one in the back, one on the side, maybe 4 trees. Is there a specific width for that tree or height that needs to be?
So it would usually, in these situations, we would look for a large interior tree species. So the UDO has landscaping broken down, at least for trees, into large, medium, small, based on their species and what their expected height will be at maturity. So usually, like for a remediation plan like this, when we were using the term 9 trees, it would be a 9 large canopy tree species. So if the board was looking for specific language, a number, and then a species would be ideal, and it can be whatever is comfortable for the board.
Okay. Well, a minimum of 2 or 3 there.
Okay. I would like to entertain a minimum of 3 canopy trees species,
3 large.
large canopy trees.
Is that acceptable? The
Certainly acceptable
language?
by staff. I don't know if Mr. Fernandez wants to amend
Yes.
his
Do you want to
motion.
amend your
Yeah,
conditions?
Okay.
All right, so we'll go with I'm not going to reread the proposed alternative findings, but I will move that we approve the requested variance, adopt the alternative findings, and add a condition that the petitioner work with the staff to develop a remediation plan with a minimum of 3 large canopy trees included in the plan. That-
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Roll call.
Burrell,
Yes.
Fernandez,
Yes.
Kudzinko.
Yes.
Congratulations.
You're
It's been
welcome.
approved.
Good luck with the project.
All right, we move on to ZR 2026-03-0011, 250 South Pete Ellis Drive.
Thank you. So this is a request for a property at 250 South Pete Ellis Drive. The petitioners are coming forward tonight for a variance for maximum drive width and maximum parking standards to allow for the site to be redeveloped for a new use for the use vehicle repair minor in the mixed-use corridor zoning district. So the property was recently developed or had been developed with a small one-story restaurant formerly used as Pizza Hut with a surface parking lot that surrounds it. It fronts on Pete Ellis Drive in a zoned mixed-use corridor. The petitioners are coming forward tonight to request these 2 variance approvals to redevelop the site with a 2-bay oil change facility. So the new site plan would involve 1 interior drive cut off of the interior access drive with an exit lane onto Pete Ellis Drive. The building is located on the southeast portion of the site. Would have the entrance for the facility off of that interior drive and then the exit onto Pete Ellis Drive. So with this request, there are 2 variances that they are seeking. One is a variance from the maximum number of parking spaces for an oil change facility. The UDO for the size and the service bay would allow for 3 parking spaces, not including the ADA. The petitioner, based on the expected number of employees for this use, is expecting upwards of 9 employees at any one given moment for the facility. And so they are requesting a variance in order to allow for those proposed 9 spaces. The UDO would not count the ADA space. So in reality, like I said, they're really just asking for the 8 that are being shown on the site plan. The second variance is from the maximum driveway width that is allowed for a driveway between the building and the street. The UDO says that if a driveway is one way, so the UDO allows for a 24-foot wide drive cut. It says that if that driveway is one way, that the amount of that width that is allowed is half of that distance. So the UDO would only allow for the driveway to be 12 feet wide between the building and the street. So the petitioner's driveway width is shown at 25 feet, 8 inches, and then tapers down to 12 feet where it enters the street there. So with the variance criteria, obviously, as the board is familiar, there are three aspects that we have to make findings for. Certainly the first two, that the variances will not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Two, that there won't be adverse impacts on the adjacent use and value. And then three, that there is a peculiar condition about a property that presents a practical hardship. So the petitioners is as part of our ongoing conversations to try to evaluate the site and, is there a site plan arrangement that would not require the variance for the driveway width. Has shown, and is shown on the screen in front of you, an alternative conceptual site layout plan. So this shows the building exiting onto the internal access drive, which would not have a drive cut on P. Drive, and therefore not require the variance for that driveway width to exceed the 25 feet between, or exceed the 12 feet between the building and the street. And so with this site plan showing that there is a use of the property for the drive-through facility as shown, accommodates all of the needs of the stacking and the two bays. It does certainly make it challenging to make findings that there is a peculiar condition or a practical difficulty because they have shown a site plan that is compliant. Certainly we acknowledge that the parking maximums in the UDO do present hardships, certainly in situations where the number of employees greatly exceeds what the UDO might allow. However, one of the challenges that we looked at when we evaluated their parking study was certainly evaluating another similar, not even similar, but a very similar oil change facility owned by the same company. There was actually a 3-bay shop over on the west side of town, and analyzing parking uses, parking needs on that site over aerial photographs for several years. That is a 3-bay facility, and at no one time did we find that there was ever more than 4 or 5 parking spaces or parking vehicles there. So we did find it somewhat challenging to recommend a full approval of the petitioner's request to have the full 8 spaces that are being shown. So with criteria 1, we did not find that the driveway width would be injurious. The drive will not exceed the maximum width at the street, which is where the injury comes in terms of concerns for driveway cuts on public streets. For the parking number, up to 7 parking spaces, which is staff's recommendation, will not be injurious. It will allow for spaces to be provided on site that meet the needs of the use. There is a large surface parking lot immediately to the adjacent of this building that does allow for any needs for 1 or 2 extra spaces to kind of ebb and flow. So that availability does kind of offset that. But again, the actual use here based on other locations in Bloomington doesn't demonstrate that there is a full need for all of those spaces as shown. So again, the parking spaces, will not substantially affect the use and value. And then criteria 3, in terms of the practical difficulty and the peculiar conditions that we are forced to evaluate it on for the driveway width, we don't find that there is a peculiar condition that prevents them from meeting the requirement, that there is an inherent peculiar condition about this property that presents a hardship in the development of it. There is a path, there is a site plan that they have shown that does show compliance. It may not be their desired site plan, but it does show compliance, which makes it very challenging to argue that there is a peculiar condition that prevents the property from being used in that way. So we are not able to find criteria to support the driveway width. We do find criteria to support the parking number, certainly based on the petitioner's parking study. The lack of on-street parking also limits the ability to have extra parking spaces, but as I mentioned, the availability of a large parking area just adjacent to this does give some opportunity for ebb and flow for 1 or 2 spaces, if there's an occasional need for that. So with that, we are recommending that the board adopt the proposed findings and deny the variance request for the driveway width and approve the variance for the parking allowance with 3 conditions. that this allows for up to 6 on-site spaces, 7 if you include the ADA space, and that the parking allowance variance is for this use and building design as submitted, and that the UDO does require in situations where parking maximums are requested, the parking spaces over that maximum must be of a permeable material, so that condition is reiterated on condition number 3. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions after the petitioner is gone.
Thank you, Eric. Can the petitioner move forward, please?
Jonathan Woker.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you for your time. My name is Jonathan Woker. I'm a planner with McBride Dale Clarion. I do have a slide presentation that I believe Mr. Gulick's going to pull up, so I'll kind of walk you through our responses to this. And I know I have limited time, so I'm going to try and read from my script so that I can stay on target. So Valvoline has an agreement to redevelop this property at 250 South Pete Ellis Drive. This is an existing vacant restaurant. The property is rather small. It's a 0.54 acres. We are proposing a 2-bay Valvoline instant oil change facility. That building will be 1,462 square feet with 2 service bays. And here's my slide presentation. So it's in the MC district. This is a permitted use in the district. We are requesting 2 variances. So one relates to the number of parking spaces and one relates to our exit driveway that goes to Pete Ellis Drive. So if you could go to the next slide. So this is an aerial of the site. I think it's useful to see where this is in relation to the shopping center. There's a Goodwill and Aldi's directly to our north. And then just to south, it's a little hard to see on this slide, is the McDonald's. I think it gives some context of the pavement and circulation. And I'd also point out directly north of our site is where the Goodwill has their drop-off donation area off of that shopping center drive. If you could go to the next slide, please. So this is our site plan. We have an entrance that will be on the north of the site, and that will come off of the shopping center drive. The entrance drive is generally in the same location as where the restaurant driveway was located. The exit drive will be on Pete Ellis Drive. That is also in the same general location where the Pizza Hut driveway would be. However, we are reducing that driveway from about 35 feet today down to 12 feet. So the exit drive is on the east side, but we will be reducing the pavement widths, as I mentioned. If I could go to the next slide, please. We've intentionally tried to, this is a closer zoom in of that. We've intentionally tried to locate our driveway in the existing locations and as far from the shopping center intersection with Pete Ellis as possible. Customers will enter the site from the shopping center drive and then the west side of the store. Customers stay in their vehicle when they're being serviced, and so they would then be directed into the bays by our employees, and they would also be directed out of the bays after the service is completed. And then, as shown on this plan, the exit is on the east side of the site. We're showing 8 parking spaces plus accessible space. We meet the pervious pavement for those additional spaces, so we would agree to do that as recommended by staff. We've added bike racks and additional pedestrian access to the site. We're also adding a sidewalk on the north side. Currently, that former Pizza Hut is almost right on our northern property line, very close to that shopping center driveway. So this plan that we've prepared exceeds the landscape coverage and has less than the maximum impervious surface area requirements. And we believe this is a good plan. We think that this plan screens our stacking and our dumpster location by putting it behind the building, and that it has good circulation. And we've also have our parking behind the building line as well. We've worked pretty hard to meet all the city code requirements with the 2 exceptions we're asking for. If we could show the next slide, please. So this is our building elevations. I know that's not before you tonight, but we've designed this proposed new store to meet your city requirements for architecture. Next slide, please. So we are asking for 2 variances. I'd like to start with talking about the parking variance. We're asking to allow 5 additional parking spaces, so a total of 8 plus the accessible, 9 spaces, but the accessible is not counted. So we're asking for 5 additional parking spaces. And the UDO establishes that there's a maximum of 3, and that's based on sales floor area plus 1 space per service bay. But in reality, we have up to 4 employees per bay. And so our customers stay in the vehicle, but then there's multiple employees that are working on the vehicle, including providing work in the basement. So unfortunately, in this situation, I think we found that the UDO standards just are lower than the actual requirements for this site. Next slide, please. This is our parking study that we provided to the city staff. And what this shows is the number of employees that will be on site by day and by hour. And so this data is based on regional information, including stores in Indiana. And what you'll see is that there will be times where we will have up to 8 employees on site. And so 3 to 5 hours of each day, we'll have 8 employees. So those are those numbers highlighted in yellow. And the company designs these sites so that we have enough parking for our employees. So we have concerns about accepting a level of parking that would not meet the number of employees we expect to have. If I can go to the next slide, please. So we are proposing 8 parking spaces. Fewer spaces would not meet the projected employee parking needs based on Valvoline's experience. We don't want to build more parking than is needed, and that's why we don't have customer parking, because our customers are in their vehicles. Staff has described some scenarios in the staff report about employees that could walk or bike or ride share to our business. Our experience is that our employees they're car people, and that they like to drive cars and they like to work on cars. And that's why we're proposing enough parking spaces for the demand for parking that we expect. We believe that the parking data supports the need for 8 spaces, and that providing fewer spaces would cause a problem. We would end up with a couple of employees that don't have a place to park, and we don't have a shared parking agreement with the center, where this is an individual parcel. So next slide, please. We believe that the variance will not be injurious to the public. We have designed the site to have landscaping and less hard surface area than the UDO requires. We believe that the proposed number of parking spaces and amount of pavement will not result in excess hard surface, increased heat, or substantially impact our neighbors' property, as was suggested by staff. This site currently has 31 parking spaces. We are reducing the amount of impervious surface substantially. We propose to reduce pavement, increase landscaping, and will improve stormwater management. So we believe that not approving the variance for 8 spaces would negatively impact our neighbors. We would then end up putting a parking issue on them because we're not providing the number of spaces we need. Regarding the South Liberty site that was discussed, Valvoline started operating that facility in 2024. So information prior to that was not operated by Valvoline. And my understanding is that Valvoline does not have access to the gravel parking that was discussed in the staff report. And they have indicated that they do have parking shortages during peak times. So we believe that 6 spaces as recommended by staff for the proposed Pete Ellis location will be insufficient, and we are requesting approval of the variance to allow the 8 parking spaces for this location. So it kind of covers the parking issue. If I can go to the next slide and talk about the driveway width. I hope you can see that graphic on full screen there. This second variance is a request to allow an increase in the driveway pavement width for a one-way drive in the front yard. This is a unique variance to me. I've not come across this standard in other codes, but your UDO limits a one-way driveway in the front yard to 12 feet. And because we have 2 bays, we need to be able to allow both both bays to pull out, and then we've tapered our driveway down to 12 feet as soon as we can. And so the result would be a very small area, as highlighted in red, that would be wider than 12 feet and for a very short distance. We believe that we are requesting the minimum variance that is necessary. If the driveway were two-way, it could be 24 feet, but since it's one-way, it's limited to 12 feet. And as I mentioned before, exiting vehicles are guided out by the employees, so they make sure that they're clearing the bay space and they direct the vehicles out. So we are confident that there won't be any congestion there. We've designed the site so that our drive is as narrow as possible. And again, we're reducing an existing driveway location that's currently 35 feet down to 12. We believe that approval of the variance will not negatively impact the public or the use or value of our adjacent property neighbors. If we could go to the next slide. This is an overlay of that plan, and I think what you'll see on this slide is that we're surrounded by commercial uses. Many of our neighbors have pavement in their front yard, and that their drives exceed 12 feet in the front yard. And we believe approval of the variance will not have a negative impact on the character of the area. Next slide, please. So at the urging of staff, we prepared an alternate plan that would try and demonstrate our practical difficulties. And frankly, we just have a difference of opinion. We think that this plan does demonstrate practical difficulties. And primarily that is because our driveway would need to be located very close to the intersection with Pete Ellis of this shopping center driveway. That driveway is rather congested, and we think that's an unsafe situation. As shown on this slide, this is one alternate. So we have not redesigned our full site, and as a matter of fact, we know that with this change, we would be asking for another variance. So this change would result in an increase in impervious surface area. So we would basically be swapping driveway width of 12 feet for an increase in our impervious surface, which I think also gets coupled with a decrease in landscaping. So this plan doesn't come in with no issues. We think that, again, there's safety concerns because vehicles stack past this proposed driveway location. It'd be very difficult to exit and go to the north from this location, and we think placing the driveway in its current position on Pete Ellis Drive is the correct thing to do. Also, this plan is inferior because it then emphasizes the stacking for the site. What you're doing is now putting the stacking prominent and in front, or visible from the street, which in the proposed plan is hidden. It also makes our dumpster location much more prominent. So we see many deficiencies in this plan, and we believe that there is practical difficulty that's demonstrated by this alternate. The shopping center existed before this property was developed. That's a condition we can't control, and the access to it, and it's a congested area with that Goodwill service area. So if I can go to the next slide, please. Can you go back one? I'm sorry. I'll go as fast as I can. Also, with this layout, we think we're going to cause pedestrian conflicts. We think that with the amount of activity at the shopping center and our cars coming out with the new sidewalk we're putting in, we just think it's a bad design and not appropriate for what we're proposing to do. Thank you. We'll go to the next slide, please. So this is the proposed plan. Again, we think that it's a good design and that the alternative is inferior for many reasons. We believe the proposed plan screens the stacking and the dumpster, keeps our building facing the street as opposed to being turned, provides the landscaping and pavement that is required, and is better and safer in many ways. I'll go to the next slide, please. So this is our overrun plan, if we need to reference that. And then the next couple slides, if you could do that. So I've provided our alternate findings of fact, knowing that staff had recommended denial. These are in your packet, I believe. But we generally agree with the findings of number 1 and number 2, and then we've provided written description of how we feel we meet practical difficulty, and that primarily has to do with the existing shopping center and the inferior alternatives that the revised plan would provide. So we would ask that you approve the variance for 8 parking so that we can meet the parking demands that we know we're going to have for our employees. And we ask that you approve the driveway width to allow it to be more than 12 feet for the short distance and length that we're proposing. Thank you for your time. I know you've got hard work to do, and so I will try and answer questions if you have them.
Thank you.
I have a question for the petitioner.
Yes, we have several questions. So go ahead.
Are you using the existing turnout on the Pete Ellis?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Are you using the existing turnout on a Pete Ellis?
Yes, and we are making that
So your whole
shorter.
design is based off of that existing turnout?
Both existing driveways, the one on the shopping center and the one on Pete Ellis.
Okay.
We're making that one from 35 feet down to 12 feet now.
So you're not moving it, the building's not bigger, it's the same exact width?
It's a new building.
The driveway
Building's gonna be
locations are the
different,
same.
But,
I'm sorry.
pardon?
The driveway locations are the same. Our building is smaller than the existing building,
Okay,
but we will have more landscaping and less pavement by a lot. I do have the property owner here if we still have some time, but I'll let him speak as well if that's appropriate.
How are we doing on time there, Eric?
I think we had about 6 minutes left.
6 minutes left. You can use it now, or you can defer to use it later. I can come back to you.
No, I think we'll use it. We'll use it now. He's promised me to be brief.
Okay.
Thank you.
In case I run out of time, I'll let you have my remarks if I, okay? And sure.
sir.
Thank you. Can you
Yes.
say your name, please?
Dave Kamen.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, proceed. You have 6 minutes.
Okay. I have you the sheet passed out, but I want to read it to you. The practical difficulties. When the former Pizza Hut was built more than 40 years ago, the adjacent shopping center was not there. The North Shopping Center driveway is now very busy and often congested, and the alternative exit way to the northeast corner of the property will make it very difficult to make a left turn and difficult to make a right turn when cars are stacked up trying to get onto Pete Ellis Drive, while pedestrians and bicycles quickly appear at the corner sidewalk areas and in the driveway itself to get to the Goodwill entrance and drop-off area. If you have been there since the Aldi's and the more recent Goodwill store opened, you'll know exactly what I mean. The engineers and Valvoline staff stated that the alternative driveway exit to the North Shopping Center Drive is simply not safe enough for their customers. This has been a small retail site from the beginning, and it's difficult to make an alternative exit way work because of its small footprint. It's worthy to note that the alternative driveway exit creates the need for additional variances, including landscape and much more paving. Valvoline has worked very hard to comply with the requirements of the UDO, and they indeed comply 98.5% of the way, lacking only a short stretch of driveway exiting the building, but then tapering to the permitted 12-foot exit onto Pete Ellis Drive, which is the reason I have this variance rated as 0.5%, because the driveway terminates in compliance. The other 1% of the way is in regards to parking. Valvoline knows the number of employees necessary to run their business. There is no customer parking, so trying to compare the parking needs of their facility on Liberty Drive is quite different than this busy retail corridor. While I agree with staff that an employee could occasionally use an alternative like walking, a bicycle, or public transportation to arrive at work, I would suggest that at times that won't be the case and the parking will be insufficient. The proposed parking plan eliminates over 2/3 of the existing parking. As you can see, Valvoline has shown great respect for the process while meeting almost all the requirements of the UDO. Mayor Fernandez, Leslie Kutzenkow, and Flavia Burrell, I need your help. I need you to vote to transform this old abandoned pizza site into a vibrant retail location. Thank you for your time, and I want to go off script for just 1 second. Eric mentioned that we somehow have the right to park on the neighbors' adjoining lots, but we don't. There is no easement there. So I wanted to get that out of the way. I think Jonathan mentioned that. And the other thing that I want to go off script with, earlier today I spoke for the first time to David Hiddle, who's sitting here, and he asked me, why didn't I bring up about the practical difficulty of the Pizza Hut predating by many years the shopping center. He said, why didn't I bring that up to Eric before the meeting? I said, he never asked me. That's the reason I didn't bring it up, but now I am bringing it up, okay? So that created the approvals to build the shopping center and the more recent Goodwill store that got rid of a lot of parking for their donation drop-off. You got conflicts there, and you got incredible amount of people crossing that driveway at that corner. So I also prepared right here the plan showing the safety problems, pedestrians, traffic counts, difficult right turn from the west garage door, additional parking variances needed for paving, landscape, and it impacts parking and delivery. The practical difficulty you just went over was that the pizza was there many years before the shopping center. And the shopping center was approved and created what we have today. And the last thing that I want to point out for a practical difficulty is the small lot size compared to the neighboring properties there. The neighboring properties, which include the McDonald's and the Aldi's and the Goodwill and so on. So thank you. And if you have any questions, I hope I didn't go over my allotted time.
Thank you. Do we still have any time left, Eric?
35 seconds.
35 seconds, okay.
That's an
Well, you
answer.
can hold that, save that for later. All right. Okay, so now that we had the petitioner's presentation, let's go back to questions for staff and the petitioner, if you have any. This is for the board.
I have one question. I have one question for the staff. So if I, if I bought the building and it didn't change the use, I wouldn't have to change much, would I?
No, it's been empty for more than a year, so anything that goes in there is a change in use. So it would have to come into compliance with the limited compliance standards. Since this is a new construction, it's a full compliance.
I'm not sure. Maybe I didn't ask the question properly. So if I did anything other than a Pizza Hut, I'd have to bring the entire property up to the current UDO?
Even a pizza, even another restaurant, because it's sat empty for more than a year, the UDO that says anything that comes in there has to come into compliance with the limited compliance standards. So that means that certain things can remain, but as I mentioned with this one, it's a full compliance because they're tearing everything down and starting from scratch. And so they've, removed any constraints that may have been there from previous structures.
I don't have any questions.
No questions? Well, let's open up for public comment. Can you state your name?
Tom Orman.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
All right.
Well, I think the petitioner's done a wonderful job. I think this is a very unusual site for the size of it. And it's very small for them to get anything in Bloomington on a lot that size. I commend you guys with only a couple of variances. So I am in favor of the petition. I think they demonstrated that, the neighboring property affects their property, which is kind of a little bit unfair. And to your question a while ago, John, is what if they would have took and built onto that and made it an oil change and then kept everything the same and had all the pavement and had zero landscaping? This is good for the community. One thing they didn't bring up, I want to look at this and show you, is if you can fix two cars out there, or both cars on the stack here and turn around, that makes absolutely no sense. And the rear end of this car is inside the building. So for this car to be here, it's going to be on the side. That's the image to me. That's a reason. I don't know why they didn't mention that. And that's a big issue. That's your safety measure right there. So anyway, I think they've done well with the few amount of variances they've done. I think you handled the last petition very well. I really appreciate that, and I have nothing in that. And I want to thank each and every one of you. I've talked to you all personally before and after meetings, and you do a great job and a good service to the community. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you state your name, please?
Brian Waltz.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, please.
Like I said, my name is Brian Waltz, and I am currently employed by Kreider & Kreider here in town. And we do a lot of projects with Mr. Kamen. So he was aware of the fact that prior to being employed at Kreider & Kreider, I was a partner in an engineering firm, and I am a licensed professional engineer and have done site planning for 35 years. So he asked me to take a look at the site plan, see what I thought, and give my thoughts. So I would agree that the original plan, in my opinion, my professional opinion, is a reasonable and efficient layout of the site, and would believe that the variances requested are reasonable, and also that the alternative plan has serious problems, particularly from a safety and traffic flow of the exit coming from the two bays. You're exiting right into the queuing of the traffic exiting onto Pete Ellis, and don't believe that's a reasonable alternative for the site. But like I said, the original plan seems to work well. I don't think there's anything unreasonable about it, and would encourage you to approve the variance.
Thank you. Can you state your name, please?
Dave Harstad, H-A-R-S-T-A-D.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll try to be brief. My name is Dave Harstad. I am a local real estate broker here in town, commercial real estate broker. It's done a lot of work in this trade area and the west side where the other newly branded Valvoline is on Liberty Drive. I've also, in a past life, been a land developer and spent a lot of time working with site civil and layout and design issues. And so I am very supportive of the site plan as drawn. I can only imagine the amount of work that went into getting it down to 2 variances. Very, very difficult site. So what is the hardship that you have to deal with? Number one, it's a teeny tiny site. Number two, you have to deal with existing access points, curb cuts, sidewalks, et cetera, conflicts. Very difficult to do. I can only imagine all the thought that went into that. And as has been said multiple times, clearly it is injurious to the welfare of the community to have an exit point so close with so many conflicts near that intersection. So that alternate site plan is not viable in my opinion. Other hardships include the fact that this is a neighborhood that does not have on-street parking. So it's not easy to just sort of flex out into the neighborhood with your parking needs. There is no reciprocal easement agreement with the neighbors, which allows flexing onto their site. So bottom line is, the hardship is really the fact that this is a redevelopment site. This isn't a greenfield site out by a suburban interchange. All redevelopment is exceptionally hard. It is almost by definition a Rubik's Cube that is so complex that the nature of redevelopment is a hardship. Again, I commend them for doing such a good job of getting to where they have. The last thing I will say is that I don't know the business plan. I don't know these guys. I know Dave Kamen, but it is not apples to apples to compare this site from a business standpoint to the one on Liberty Drive. I'm certain, without knowing their business, that this will be a much, much higher volume location. Otherwise, frankly, that wouldn't justify the new construction costs that go into just building something like this. So, at any rate, I do thank you for your attention, and the staff. I do thank you for defending things like pedestrian, safety and that sort of thing. But ultimately, I do think that the petitioners have it right, and they have demonstrated hardship. That I'm hopeful you approve their request. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any more public comments?
If there's anybody online, please use the raise hand function or send a message via chat. We can recognize you. I'm not seeing anybody else online.
I have a question for staff. Sorry, apologies if you've stated this already. How did you come up with the number of parking spaces?
Yep, so let's go back to
It's based on square footage.
their
Square
parking
footage?
study, and I can try
Okay.
to answer that for you.
Okay, I see it now. I see it in the document. You're fine.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess what I was going to try to just illustrate, which is the same kind of method that we've used in several situations where we have variances from parking maximums that are being proposed. Obviously, you have uses that come forward and they show, a one-time maximum. Here's the course of a week or a month or whatever. Here are the maximum number of spaces that are shown in use. But then you're going to have more of what we'll call kind of an 80% of need for a particular use. And so, the petitioners are coming forward requesting 8. When you look at this, obviously you consistently see the need for at least 5 to 6. The 8 is just the occasional, and so the 6 provides that medium. As we mentioned, there are certainly other options for rideshare, bicycling, transit, all sorts of options that can ebb and flow here. So that's how we came to the number of 6.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So we're back to the board now for discussion and for a final action.
I'll go. It's an observation I find. I don't know whether to congratulate you, thank you, or question you, Mr. Kamen, but in the short period of time I've been on the BZA, I think you hold the record for the number of petitions. And I think it's, you know, the way to think about it is, you know, you're taking on hard sites. And so I appreciate your willingness to do that. I'm going to recommend some changes to the findings and recommend approval of the variance. And let me just tell you why. I mean, I think these are redevelopment sites. They are difficult. I thought Mr. Hartstead's comments were fantastic and right on. The site's only been vacant for a little over, how long has it been vacant? A little over a year, 2 years? The question is, how long are you willing to leave it vacant? I think the improvements, I mean, unlike most petitions, we had no discussion about landscaping or canopy trees, which I think is positive. I think somebody, I don't know who it was, maybe it was one of the public speakers, I forget your name, Tom, I think Tom, commented that as tricky as this project is, we're only looking at a request for 2 variances. So, I mean, from where I'm sitting, the idea of having a new investment with a lot more green space, with the landscaping, the improvement to the site is really worth the trade-off for 2 variances that really don't really dramatically change the historic pattern that was on the site when it was run as a Pizza Hut that had a lot more parking and a lot more pervious surface and employees. I will say, you know, well, when we talk about employees and parking and alternative transportation, you know, I think my record shows I've been a pretty good advocate for alternative transportation investments. But I think that, you know, that sometimes we have to look at some of the realities. And right now, if you look at the commuting patterns in Bloomington, Indiana, 73% of all the people that work in private employment in our city commute into the city from outside of the city. So while I want to encourage, you know, alternative transportation and, you know, things that are, you know, better for the environment, there's just certain reality that the people that we need to work in the city and live in the city, they just don't have that ability to take these alternative transportation methods to get to work. So I think sometimes you've got to just, you know, look at the reality of the world we live in, not the one that we aspire to have. And we can work towards those aspirations, but can't let it get in the way of certain things. So with that, all that said, I would like to propose the following amendments to the findings. On number 1, on the second paragraph, on the maximum parking, I simply want to change 6 in the first sentence to 8. In the finding number 2, on the second point related to maximum parking number, here too in the first sentence, I would propose that we change 6 to 8. And then for I need to do a little bit more work on the third one, sorry.
Fewer than 7. Second sentence.
Oh, in the second sentence, fewer than, hang on a second, sorry.
Fewer than 9.
Thank you. let me reread that. So it would read up to 8 vehicle parking spaces plus 1 required van accessible space will not substantially affect the hold it, I've got this turned around, sorry. That's what I hate about doing this on the fly. I got to think about that one. Yeah, so the first sentence, as I proposed, changing 6 to 8 is fine. And then I would just delete the next sentence. And then for the findings, number 3, I think we only have to look at the first paragraph, or the first finding on the drive width. And, I think I would just say the strict application of the terms of the Unified Development Ordinance would result in practical difficulties in the use of the property. While alternative layouts may exist, strict compliance with the drive width standard would impose unreasonable constraints on the functional design of the site. It would not allow the property to be redeveloped in a manner that is practical and efficient for its intended use. The requested variance from the drive width standard represents the minimum relief necessary to achieve a workable site layout. And with those changes, I would recommend approval of the proposed amended findings for petition ZR 2026-03-0011, and approve the variance for the drive width, and approve the variance for the parking allowance, period. That's my motion.
Did you want to amend any of the conditions of approval? The first one would probably still be relative. The second one, obviously, you'd want to modify to reflect the number.
So would that make it be the site layout, instead of the site layout can change, is that the site layout is approved?
Basically, what number 1 is saying that this approval is for a 2-bay building design.
Yeah.
That's number 1 condition. Number 2, you just have to specify there, the site may provide up to
8. But isn't that what was proposed?
Is that redundant?
I'm sorry,
Eric,
I mean, I just
condition number
didn't go
2.
through those because I thought that,
Yes, we just need to change the language on condition number 2 to reflect that you want to approve all 8 plus the ADA accessible one.
Okay, so in the end will be 9?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
okay, I'm fine with those amendments to my
yeah.
motion.
And then in condition 3, you would just want to strike where it says the 3 other spaces and just say, the 5 other spaces. That would modify those conditions to be consistent with what your amendment was.
Okay.
Okay. Second.
I can't type fast enough, sorry.
Yes. Roll call, please.
Burrell,
Yes.
Fernandez,
Yes.
Kutsenko.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Can we take a quick break?
Yeah, can we take a quick break?
Yes. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Go back. Should we suspend the rules right now, or do we have to wait till 8:30?
I mean, it's up to you if you want to wait until after this petition.
It really makes no difference, correct?
Yeah,
not
we're
gonna-
certainly not going to get through the next 4 in the next 30 minutes.
No, so I entertain a motion to suspend the rules to stop at 9 PM.
So I don't, it might be
Yeah.
helpful if you want to, if you want to set a deadline of when to stop hearing new cases, or tackle that maybe as we get closer.
Yeah, let's tackle that when we get closer.
Okay.
We can do this 1 hour.
We're going to go till we finish.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll move as fast as possible.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Do we have to vote? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, now we are ready to hear ZR 2026-03-0012, a request for 516 South Woodlawn Avenue.
Thank you. So this is a request for an administrative appeal staff determination regarding the legitimacy of a lot regarding the legitimacy of a plot of land, whether that is a lot of record. So more specifically, I'll just say from a staff perspective that this situation is not uncommon. Within Bloomington, this is something that we deal with somewhat frequently, where you have a situation where a subdivision was originally platted at some point in the past. Oftentimes we encounter this on common area lots. Yep, so this is a situation where we encounter, lots were initially platted in a specific orientation, east-west, along a street, and then you'll have a situation on a corner where at some point in the past, property owners decided, they bought those properties and they said, we don't want our lots to be oriented east-west, we want to orient them north-south. And so they adjusted their deeds, they recorded new deeds to reflect that. And those deeds would oftentimes now be reflected to say the north half of this lot and the south half of this lot is one deed, and the north half of this lot and the south half of this lot are on a new deed. And so you encounter these situations that we have in front of us tonight, where these lots that you see currently were initially platted in a north-south orientation. And then, as I mentioned, petitioners or the property owners at some point in the past wanted to have the lots facing on Woodlawn. And so they recorded new deeds. It said the south half of this lot and the south half of this lot are one, and the north half of this lot and the north half of the other lot are on a deed. And so the auditor's maps still show those old these remnant lots, what I'll just call, that resulted from that, and they never reoriented them to match the actual deeds. So in these situations, that when staff encounters that, we routinely use 3 criteria, in essence, to determine if something is a lot of record. 1, show us that, in any situation, if there's a question of whether something is a lot of record, we say, show us that lot existing on a approved, recorded subdivision plat. So, that's obviously one definitive way to show that something is a lot of record. In this specific situation where we're talking about lots have been reoriented, we've said, look at, and this has been based on guidance from the legal department of, show us that this lot, this square of a lot, this corner of a lot, existed on a deed by itself, not owned by somebody adjacent to it. So something where it was shown definitively by itself, not, in combination with an adjacent lot, because we see this oftentimes with lot line adjustments or adjustments of orientation of lot lines. You'll have a weird anomaly of a lot that was moved, but it was never intended for that to be a lot by itself. So certainly in this situation here where you have these small square of a lots, they were never platted to simply have a lot of record existing by itself that is a 50 by 50 square. It was always intended that this be a much longer lot. So that's the situation that we have now. So in this particular situation, the petitioner came forward to create or to build on this back lot, this western portion of lot 30, by itself. And so we went through the same exercise. We said, show us where this lot was a lot by itself on a separate deed, described by itself, not an association or owned by an adjacent property owner. So the petitioner was unable to produce that deed. There was not a subdivision plat that showed this lot existing by itself. This lot would not be allowed to be created by subdivision standards because it doesn't front on a public street, doesn't meet the minimum lot area, minimum lot width requirements. So that's why it was never able to be created by itself, because it doesn't meet our subdivision standards. So, in those situations, as I said, show us a lot show us that this existed prior to the establishment of the first subdivision code in 73 in order for us to recognize that. And as I mentioned, the petitioner was not able to demonstrate that in the evidence that they have brought forward. So staff made the determination that it is not a lot of record. The UDO does have a definition of lot of record, which reflects, what I was talking about, that it is described on a separate deed, or that it was established as part of an approved subdivision. So this does not meet the UDO definition of lot of record. Therefore, it is not a lot of record and not allowed to be a separate buildable lot. So those are the facts that the planning department operated under and passed along to the petitioner, and so they are here tonight to appeal that determination, and I am happy to answer any questions.
I just have a quick question. Can you point me in the right direction in the UDO on the definition of a lot of record?
So it's in Chapter 7, which is the definitions. So you would go to lot of record.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Is the petitioner in the house?
My name is Chris Bomba. I'm one of the owners of Charles Lane LLC.
All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Proceed. You have 20 minutes.
Okay. Hopefully I won't take that, but I do have support here to handle some of the legal parts. I'm here because on December 9th, I submitted a building permit to build on the platted Lot 30 in the College Place subdivision. It was submitted with all things meeting the current UDO, current building structure, current everything with that. Before I kind of get into that, I want to give you a little history. This is not the first time I've built on lots that have been established before the planning department. I've done it multiple times, so this is not unique. Also want to talk about the College Place platted subdivision has multiple lots like this, some where people have chosen to build over, where lots have been subdivided, as well as places where people built specifically on the different lots. So when I purchased this property a couple of years ago, two things I knew I had to do is the duplex that is built on lot 29. So I've got the south half of lot 29, which has a duplex specifically centered on that lot, and then lot 30 is the lot behind it. I use Title Plus. I use Maury Erickson because I always ask him, do I have two legal platted lots here? Yes, I do. I've seen no place in legal law where you can't have more than, you can have two or more, where you can't have two or more platted lots on any deed. It says and, so I have this lot and I have that lot. So I verified that with title company that's been here quite a bit. As I renovated the house, the duplex, I got Bledsoe Rigger Creek to survey the lot. I know lots, multiple lots within the city, sometimes you get variance. I want to know exactly where the lot lines are. As they did that, they did locate and come to me that, yes, these are two separate platted lots that were done. So a little bit on the subdivision or the College Place subdivision. If you pulled up on GIS, you'd see multiple locations very similar to this. You'll see some where people built, they use the term reoriented. I disagree with that term completely, but some people built over the subdivided lines, and other people built specifically on the lots. Where the 4 in my area are, they were built on the specific lots. If you go south of there, there are other houses built on the lots. Some people chose to do it one way, others chose to do the others. On the intent and reorientation of the lot, these lots were subdivided in 1911. I just kind of went through the process of subdividing a lot within the city because I know our mayor wants us to do more infill. And I noticed up on their board an old city of Bloomington at the turn of the century. I think it's dated about 1900, 10 years before these lots were subdivided, but 10 years after the subdivision was platted. On that map, it does show there is a road or an easement to the west of these 4 lots. And I can verify that. I think in the packet, you did see from Bledsoe, kind of the survey of the lot, and you can see there is an easement on the west side. So what I would argue as far as the intent, I don't think they intended to completely reorient the lots because there were roads and access points on both sides. I believe the person at the time subdivided the lots. So there was either to make more money or have the opportunity to develop the other lots in that area. So, like I said, I've done this multiple times before. I keep getting different variations. I mean, one of the things I'm asking for today is just prove that this is a buildable lot. What's being built on there has been built on another location in Bloomington before on a very kind of similar lot that had not been built on since it was platted. It's going to meet all the requirements for that. Yes, it will most likely be a rental property, but to the east, it's a duplex. To the south, it's a duplex. To the west, it's a duplex. The only person is the person that owns the other half of lot 30, platted lot 30, is the only homeowner that would be kind of adjacent to the property. So kind of what I'm asking today is that you approve lot 30, which is the platted lot. Staff is asking, basically saying, or asking you to approve, is trying to say that part of lot 29, platted lot 29, and platted lot 30 is one lot. So they're attempting to create a lot where one legally does not exist. So a couple of the other points. I mean, the intent, I don't think you can drive intent of what people and how things were done. This subdivision was platted over 100 years ago. This specific lot was lot 30. The ones I'm talking about was subdivided in 1911. And it has been a lot of record, has its own tax ID number. I pay separate taxes on it. I had a deed that not only a title company, but also an engineering firm told me I had 2 legally platted lots, or parts of 2 legally platted lots, which are large enough to build on. That is all I have. I know there's been other instances in the past where there's been court cases that justify that these are 2 legally platted lots. So I'll stop there and see if there's any questions for me.
Thank you. How much time does he have remaining?
13 minutes.
13 minutes. All right.
Could I request?
Yes, absolutely. You have still 13 minutes, so. State your name.
Bill Beggs.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, thank you. Bill Beggs, Munger and Robertson Law Firm here in Bloomington. I just want to make sure that what's before you is the visual of it is clear to you. We gave a picture in your packet. This is a garage with living space up above that would be in essentially the backyard of this house. What I want to emphasize is this petition, this request, this appeal of an administrative determination is not asking the BZA to go out on any limbs, to change the world, to make any huge changes to anything. We're simply focused on this property only. And with respect to this property only, the record of the subdivision of the land, of course, when you think about it, all land is subdivided, right? Every piece of land everywhere in Indiana has been subdivided. This land has been subdivided as well, as far back as 1911. The effect of the staff's policy that they've described to you tonight would be to create a new lot where none exists. So the logic, we believe, and respectfully, the logical inconsistency in their policy is that, on the one hand, they want to follow the lot of College Place, yet on the other hand, they want to try to deem or determine or ascertain intent of property owners and create a new lot, meaning the south half of 29 and the south half of 30. We think that's arbitrary. We don't think they get to do that. The lawyer's here, so I'm going to talk about three things that the staff has covered in their staff report. One is BZA versus Elkins was a case that came, it's a Bloomington case. It's a very similar case. We thought it was similar, and then fortunately we got the staff report, and you have this, and the staff report acknowledges that it's essentially the same case, but they say they distinguish it on three things that really are not anywhere to be found in that Elkins opinion. And so from our perspective, we appreciate the acknowledgement that this is essentially the same case that the Bloomington Board of Zoning Appeals has been down before, a road it has been down before, and we disagree, of course, with the manner in which the staff attempts to distinguish it. Secondly is the lot of record question. I don't entirely agree, but I appreciate the staff report's acknowledgement that this lot does indeed satisfy the lot of record definition, but for the statement about it calls it the second condition. However, it says separate deed required. We all know that multiple properties can be conveyed via separate deeds or via single deeds, and so we have a single deed right now. Now, could Charles Lane have gone to the recorder's office and recorded a quitclaim deed and gotten over the argument that we're now hearing from the staff is a problem? I'd suggest to the BZA that's exalting form over substance, and I would suggest that that's not advancing either the policy of the lot of record definition nor of our community attempts to increase housing. It also suggests that the intent of the ordinance could not have been a gotcha where you didn't go down and record a deed from yourself to yourself and therefore satisfy a technical policy requirement. We don't think that makes sense. The other thing I just want to maybe emphasize is we think that the policy, while I appreciate the hard work the staff does and the fact they've got to deal with these calls when their phone rings and they've got these calls that come in, we suggest humbly and respectfully that it's got to be arbitrary, it's got to be capricious to have this policy that is not grounded in the ordinance or in any case law that's been furnished to any of us. So for those reasons, and again, I want to emphasize, we are only asking for this garage in the backyard of this home on the south half of Lot 30. We are not asking to change the world in this case, but we believe that the staff's position, we disagree with the staff's position, and so we would ask that the BZA would come back with a decision that the December 9, 2025 permit can indeed be issued. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're back to the board with questions. Do you have questions? Either for the staff or the petitioner.
I'm just trying to understand the, I mean, what are we trying to achieve, I guess, at the end of the day? I've kind of lost the thread.
So have I.
I mean, why is it an issue to whether it's one lot or two lots?
So I can answer that from a staff perspective. And this is actually a very important matter, and this is very legally based. So as I tried to mention during our presentation, we have a definition of a lot of record, something that was legally shown on a subdivision plat. This back quarter of the lot is absolutely not shown on an approved subdivision plat. It is not shown on a deed by itself.
I get that, but I mean, in
Yeah.
terms of what the owner wants to do with this land, how is the one lot versus two lot relevant?
So he wants to develop, and certainly they can speak to that as well. They want to develop this separately from the adjacent lot.
Yeah.
I would like to build a property I've built before on the south half of platted lot 30. Staff is telling me lot 30 and lot 29, the south halves are one lot, which they are not.
But what's unique about the property that can't be done as one lot versus two lot?
Because it's a separate, single home. No, the back lot?
But it looks like, I thought it was a garage with a unit above it.
I'd suggest to you there's nothing. These are two lots. They have two legal descriptions and have had since 1911. They have two property ID, tax ID numbers. I think the answer to your question is nothing. But we've encountered a determination of the staff that the south half of 29 and the south half of 30 are a single lot, despite the fact that we hold ownership and pay taxes on two lots.
I understand that, but if it was a single lot, is there anything that would permit you from being able to build this? Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm trying to get to.
I got you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a duplex on the south half of lot 29 that's been there since 1925. And it prevent from building a house on the property.
So in a single-family lot, you can only have one dwelling unit. You could have an ADU, which I saw some of the I read some of the conversation, that went through. An ADU would be allowed on a one lot, correct?
If it's in combination with a lot that the owner lives on, but this is not that situation. So they can't be an ADU because he doesn't live there. So he's trying to develop it separately from the lot up front.
So then, and I'm asking these because I honestly do not know. I'm not trying to be rhetorical or anything, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around all this. But so if you go to GIS, it's a separate parcel, right? So how does a property end up on GIS as a separate piece of land and a separate lot or parcel if it's not a separate lot?
Sure, yep. So the information on GIS is just a rough representation of various pieces of information that the auditor's office has. The assigning of a separate tax ID number doesn't mean that it is a lot of record from planning and zoning purposes.
But practically, I mean,
well, I mean, every entity obviously looks at lots and assesses them and for different reasons and different criteria. Certainly we could go through the community and find all of these half lots that exist all throughout there and have the auditor's office remove them. But obviously the burden of proof is on a petitioner in any situation to prove that something is legal. So the UDO has requirements, has language that talks about what is a legal lot of record. And so that is the procedure that we have directed the petitioner to, which is the same procedure that we've used in multiple situations.
Yeah, it feels to me like this is a legal matter.
Yes.
I mean, more of a legal matter than anything. So my question to the petitioner, if I may, John.
Yeah, please.
So you purchased both lots?
Correct. I own the south half of platted Lot 30.
Yes.
And the
and
south half of platted Lot 29.
Yes, and I'm going to call by their name here, so it'll be easier. Just a second. So Joseph Christine LLC,
Yes,
you own that.
yes,
And then you own Charles Lane LLC.
correct.
And when you bought those two parcels,
Yes,
they were conveyed in the same deed?
correct.
But the title company specifically told you they were two different lots?
I asked to make sure that because I'm not an expert on deeds and so forth, but you can have multiple lots on one deed.
How is the title conveyed? I mean,
The deed,
You got the deed. You should have the deed in the packet. It was conveyed, both lots, south half of 29 and south half of 30, were conveyed via corporate warranty deed. I think it's via warranty deed, corporate warranty deed.
yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find the deed here, just a second.
Exhibit 6 to our submission.
I apologize, we have a billion different files to open. You have the deed?
And I would note, those were, it's been since 1911 that those were separated, those were subdivided. It's not a new event.
So while they're looking at that, so Eric, it was said at one point by the petitioner representative that,
Chain of title here.
they could do a quick claim and have a separate deed, and then this issue's moot.
No, so that would be illegally creating a lot that was not created through the legal subdivision process.
Okay.
We just wholeheartedly disagree. You have in your packet, and the staff's report tells you, these lots were subdivided in 1911.
Yeah.
Yes, they were subdivided to create two lots, lots 29 and lot 30. That is the approved subdivision.
They were platted for 29 and 30, as I think we agree, and then they were subdivided. 29 was subdivided into two, and 30 was subdivided into two in 1911. Well, we got the deeds in the packet. I mean, we can check the deeds.
there's nothing in the record that reorients or replats these four lots into two. Anywhere that I've searched, that I've had a title company search, and that the engineering firm did. So there are two platted lots that were subdivided.
I wouldn't have expected disagreement on this. The staff's own report says they were subdivided in 1911. This is not something to disagree about, I don't think.
Do they have different addresses? U.S. Postal, and I know that that's irrelevant because, do they have different addresses, those two parcels?
They have different parcel numbers, they don't have different addresses.
Yeah, no, I understand, but if they were platted lots, they would have specific address.
I don't think that's correct, because just north of there were two platted lots that were subdivided into four, and there's three houses on three of the lots and a parking lot on the fourth, and I don't think the fourth has an address. Not still it's approved and built? Okay. An address wouldn't determine. But the other times I've gone through this, I've gotten different pushbacks and different things, but it's that I didn't provide evidence. These lots were subdivided, they were platted. They weren't replatted in 1911. They were subdivided in 1911. So to say the intent was to reorient when there was a road in 1911 along the backside of Lot 30, which, you can't justify something by someone's intent to do things or what could have been. There's 4 lots, 2 platted lots that were subdivided into 4. And it's been that way for over a century.
Thank you for your explanation. Let's go back to discussing here, and then I want to hear if we have any public comments out there too. Do you have any more questions? No. All right, well, let's go to public comments for now, and then if some questions pop up, let me know. Anybody in chambers that would like to speak?
If there is anybody online that would like to speak to this petition, please use the raise hand function. I'm not seeing anybody online.
Okay, we're back to the board then.
I just want to point out, obviously, for the board, we do have Anadina from the City Legal Department here in council chambers, so if there's any questions for her that you feel like maybe I wasn't able to address clearly, she is here to answer any questions.
Any questions for the city lawyer, Ms. Anadina?
I'd certainly be open to hearing City Legal's point of view.
Thank you. Anadina Casamanian from City of Bloomington, Assistant City Attorney. City's position is that these properties were originally platted as part of the College Place plat that established these lots as lots 29 and 30. They were platted in a north and south orientation, but at some point they were reoriented to east and west direction. The new legal description for each property described them as the north half of lot 29 and the north half of lot 30 and the south half of lot 30 and the south half of lot 30. I mean, north half of 29 and south half is 30. But City of Bloomington doesn't see any record of an actual subdivision approval that allowed the creation of new developable lots. The creation of the back half lots would not have met today's subdivision code requirements since they did not have frontage on a public street and they didn't meet minimum lot requirements. The back half lots were always owned by the adjacent property owners and they were never recognized as individual lots. So the City of Bloomington does not believe this is one lot, not 2 separate developable lots. Since there was no subdivision approval that allowed the creation of those back half lots, there is no deed that showed these existing lots by themselves. The lots are shown on one deed. So today these lots would not meet current legal established standards of the subdivision requirements of the UDO. So City of Bloomington does not recognize these as lots of record per the legal definition and the UDO, the definition in the UDO.
Yes, just a second. I do feel like this is like over our heads, you know, to discuss something like this. But as a realtor, I have a hard time when land is conveyed and passed down to a buyer and the title chain is free and clear of any issues, and it's platted with two different parcels to be combining as one. And I understand all the, you know, that there's different parcels. I understand all that. And I understand also the requirements to have frontage and all that stuff. This is unusual because it was built, I mean, it was decided way long ago before we had our current UDO. So, which makes it even more complicated. But when somebody's purchasing something and they're purchasing as two lots, and then they realize later that, no, by the way, no, it's not, and everything indicated to them that it was, that's what gets complicated. But anyway, I'm interested to hear what the petitioner has to say in rebuttal to what you've just said. Thank you.
I just was going to say, and I think maybe you touched on it somewhat, we agree there is no record of a subdivision case or a case number. It was 1911, for goodness sake. There was no subdivision ordinance. There was no zoning ordinance. That's not how it worked. And Mr. Grulich referred to the 1973 cutoff when we in Bloomington started that process. But the fact remains, the staff is asking the BZA to accept that 4 lots are really 2. And there's no evidence that would suggest that. The only evidence there is tells us that 4 lots is 4 lots. Now, if the site doesn't meet other requirements, that's one thing. But to be told by a staff policy that 2 lots are really 1, we suggest is improper and won't work.
Thank you.
I have a question for staff. So if this is the south of 29 and the north of 30, is that correct? Or part of 29, part of 30? Yeah, let's just say that. Part of 29, part of 30. Who are the owners of the other part of 29 and the other part of 30? Are they 2 separate owners?
I think those are on the same deed and owned by the same individual as well.
Okay.
The person who lives at, I guess, 514 owns the north half of lot 29 and the north half of lot 30, and those are on one deed. And then this is on one deed as well.
Okay.
Okay, it's super confusing. Can we show it on the map?
Yep, so what is on the map here is the original subdivision that was done in 1911, again, which shows the lots being created by that plat, running north-south, lot 29 on the east, lot 30 on the west.
But the 2 top quadrants belong to another owner.
Correct. So the current
Correct.
deed for the lot on the north, 514, reflects the north half of lot 29, north half of lot 30. The deed for the lot property on the south is the south half of lot 29, south half of lot 30.
Correct. So are you saying that the back half of lot 30 and the back half of lot 29 is one lot?
No, because that was reoriented when they recorded new deeds at some point in the past. I mean, we can go through the chain of title to see when that was actually done. So they reoriented that line so that the person's owned the north half of lot 29 and the north half of lot 30, and then the south half of lot 29 and lot 30. So again, that's something that could be allowed now because you had 2 lots, and at the end, you still had 2 lots. You did not create a subdivision of land to create a new lot. you still had 2 lots. So that would have been legal.
Yeah, it's also very confusing that it's divided in quadrants.
Yes, certainly, the presence of those lines on GIS does indicate confusion there and cause confusion. You know, that is not a legal representation of lots. You know, we see errors in GIS all the time. So just because there is a lot that is shown there, you know, at the end of the day, they show us the legal proof that there is a lot here. And so the methods to do that are, 1, a recorded subdivision plat, or a deed showing this lot prior to the subdivision ordinance that would say you couldn't create this lot. You know, anything that happens after the subdivision.
But this is kind of a catch-22 because things were so messed up in 1911, so they changed orientation. So, you know what I mean? It doesn't fit the criteria very specific. I mean, there was no subdivision, then the orientation was changed, and the quadrants are there.
Well, but the recording of the new deeds to reorient the lot line location didn't create those lots by themselves. So that's where, you know, we say in those situations, okay, go do the chain of title research, and if you can show one of those lots that was sold separately, that showed that legal transfer of land prior to the subdivision code that said you couldn't have created that even lot, then that's different, you know, and so that's the procedure.
But what prevents them from doing that now?
You couldn't create that lot because it doesn't meet our subdivision requirements.
But couldn't they sell that piece of land? They could sell a parcel.
They couldn't.
Separate from the other parcel.
So they could sell a portion of that parcel to an adjacent property, because then you're just combining that with an adjacent lot. And we see that oftentimes. You know, you've got a driveway that, you know, encroaches on somebody's land, and so they move the property line to the east, and sometimes it'll say, you know, lot 29 of whatever plus 10 feet of the west half of lot, the adjacent thing. You know, that is never intended to say that that little sliver of land is now a lot. It's just being combined with the adjacent lot. It's being reoriented, whatever. And so this is very similar. You know, they have adjusted the location of the lot lines. You had 2 lots to begin with. You have 2 lots at the end. It's not a subdivision. That's legal.
Yeah.
Whether it happened in, you know, 1920 or 30 or 50 or yesterday, you know, assuming that it's not creating a new lot, then that would be legal.
I have to respond to that.
Well, if you could hold on to that thought, grab that thought and don't let it go.
Thank you.
Okay, because you still have time to respond. Any questions from you guys?
For being new on the zoning board, I'd like to know the implications of approval or denial in regard, since this is in appeals.
Yep, so an approval would be affirming staff's position.
Okay.
A denial would be denying
Going
staff's
against the
interpretation.
city.
Okay.
If you don't have any questions, I'll allow the petitioner to use their allotted time. How much time do we have left?
8 minutes, I think.
8 minutes. You don't have to use it all?
I don't want to belabor it. I just have to correct the record. The petitioner did not change any lines. The lines have been there since 1911. The lots have been separated since 1911. These are 4 lots since 1911, period, end of story. The staff report says it, our indication, our material says it, we gave you the deed that says it. It is flat incorrect to say that we have changed any lines anywhere. There are separate tax ID numbers, they are separate lots, they are separately conveyed, although in one deed, but that's a separate conveyance under the law anyway. And so to suggest that the petitioner has changed lines is, I'm sorry, is just incorrect. To suggest that it's okay to create a new lot east and west because that's the staff's policy now, it's their policy now, but we're talking about a subdivision that occurred in 1911 and created 4 lots out of 2. And we didn't do that. We just own it now.
Let me just, so Eric, if I understand the distinction here, the land has always been viewed in the context of 4 parcels.
Not from our perspective, absolutely not.
So I guess your response then is that there was never a formal subdivision to create.
Correct, or a recording of a deed prior to the establishment of a subdivision code that would have legally established those lots on a deed by themselves, not owned by an adjacent owner.
And the petitioner's argument is they've always been considered 4 different pieces of land, even though they may have been owned by the same party.
I don't want to speak for the petitioner, but yes, that is their assertion that they are 4 separate individual
And that's
lots.
what's in the deeds.
I'm sorry, what?
And that's how it's articulated in the deeds.
Well, so the deeds for each say the north half of this lot and the north half of that lot on one deed. You know, it's not, I bought a deed that says the north half of this lot and a completely separate deed that says the north half of this other lot. It's one deed that says the north half of this and the north half of that, likewise for the other one. And again, I mean, this is a situation we run into fairly frequently.
Just wonder why would you say it's even a half of a lot? Yeah.
So I just want to make sure, I'm not sure if I said it correctly earlier. So a denial of the petitioner's appeal would be affirming staff's position, and approving would be affirming the petitioner's argument.
This is a mess. Is there, so I heard, maybe this question is for you, Eric, or if a home is built in that quadrant where it will have no garage, it will have no access, it will have to have an easement?
So, you know, just to answer the question in generalities, you know,
In
looking at it
generalities,
as one big lot, can they construct a garage? Absolutely.
But they cannot put a dwelling on top
But
of
they
it.
can't put a dwelling unit in there because that would be something different. Yeah,
Yeah, they can build,
because it's own single family.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's an existing non-conforming use.
you can do it, you
So they
can
would need
do
to
it.
legitimize, I mean, most likely they would need to legitimize the duplex use in order to do the garage. But there is a path for that.
They could do a garage, but not a dwelling on top of the garage.
Not a dwelling unit above it, no.
Yeah, this is a tough one.
I have no idea. Let's start with
On this case, we don't have to do the 3 criteria. This is just a recommend, yeah.
just up or down.
Yeah, this is just a vote yea or nay.
Okay.
And it's an administrative appeal. So when an administrative appeal they cannot make a formal recommendation. Of course, they have a very strong opinion about it. But, so it's up to us.
I personally, I have no problem with the garage moving above it. I'm so confused by this lot.
I just, I think there's good arguments on both sides of the case. I mean, a reasonable property owner would look at GIS and go, those are two different parcels. And when I think of a parcel, I think in my head that they're lots, but there's never been an actual process to subdivide the land, which I think is, the staff's perspective is that for the purposes of development, subdividing is the pathway to create separate development opportunities for distinct property owners. I'm trying to get this right. So it's not like you own and live in one and you're doing a dwelling like an ADU or something. This is totally two different separate units. So, I mean, I think that, it's a lot to ask for us basically to adjudicate a difficult question. I mean, it's one thing to, where there's, I don't know. Flava, you're the real estate person up here. I'm just a country lawyer.
I think you're
That's not currently practicing.
much better suited than I am in here. I have questions about, where is the easement? Because this is a landlocked piece. So when you have a landlocked parcel, you have to have an easement for access. So would they even be able to have an easement in here?
So the presence of an easement doesn't change anything from our perspective.
Okay.
It's not a question of how do you get to it. That's not a component to it.
Okay.
There is an easement on lot 29 to lot 30.
There is an easement?
Yeah, there's a easement on lot 29 to lot 30 on record with I guess the deed for the half of lot 29, platted lot 29.
Okay.
Exhibit 3 in your packet. In our statement.
Number 3?
Exhibit 3.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, I guess what I'm confused by is I know that there's pretty strong wording in the staff report about, looking at GIS. But are we saying that when our GIS system has property cards that have a legal description that refers to the parcel number and calls it Lot 29, and then the other parcel has a legal description that calls it Lot 30, that it's not a lot?
Yeah, like I said, there are certainly errors in the auditors and assessors' information, and how they choose to assess something, doesn't have an implication for whether or not something meets a planning and zoning requirement.
Yeah, but one sales record is dated 8/13, and that's for lot 29, 8/13/2024, and it was by LW deed. And then the other parcel, that refers to lot 30 was a quick claim in 2007, 8/20/2007. I mean, it just seems like, I mean, we're arguing that the county auditor's office made a massive mistake here. It just seems, it's, and I'm not trying to give the staff a hard time because I totally understand what you're arguing, Eric.
I'm sorry, I have to correct it. The auditor didn't make a mistake.
Yeah.
I appreciate the hard work, but they didn't make a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, those were like, 17 years difference, and they're referred to them as separate lots.
Yes, separate parcels sold in different times. I think that's an argument, a strong argument there.
And again, I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not a judge, but if you came to me and said that, the property record refers to it as a platted lot, I might be persuaded it's a lot of record, even though our definition in the UDO has the single ownership language and some of that. I just think it's a tough case to win.
Here, in that legal description. Because it's listed there.
Yeah, so I mean, I think, as you're looking at the property record card here, and
Yep.
if you look very closely, when it looks at the legal description, it says part of lot 29.
This was from third party.
Likewise for the lots to the north.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if this information is reflecting, there was a deed that was recorded in 2024 that I think tried to establish this as a lot by itself, which was the impetus for some of the problems here today.
And that's what I'm looking at, is the 2024 lot.
I'm sorry, but again.
What is the 2024 log?
Doc. That's what I was looking at, the property record.
The deed was 1911. I just don't understand.
Yeah, we're not talking about the deed in 1911.
No, I know you're not, but I think the BZA is because they want to know when the lot was established. And the lot was established in 1911. We're talking over 110 years, 15 years after the thing was established.
Thank you.
And well before there was a zoning ordinance, of course, and we all agree on that.
Here says 29B, 30B.
They're referred to as platted lots on the property records.
On the current 2-day property record.
Yeah, I'm looking at, notice of tax bill from June of 2026. Looking at the property record card.
So, I think it's also important to be careful looking at some pieces of information. Oftentimes the recorder's office and auditor's office, they have to take, and for a long time, they would take anything that would be presented to them. And so there have been situations where we have uncovered scenarios where lots were illegally created, deeds were illegally recorded. So that's why it's very important when we encounter these situations to put the document of proof, show us, go back and give us the information going back where these lots were created to make sure that everything was done accordingly. And so again, that's where we're in this situation of show us a deed that was legally created, that legally allowed this lot to be created, that met our standards at the time that it was created.
But so are you I don't want to be argumentative, but are you saying that the recorder or the assessor are not looking at evidence of transfer of property?
Whether or not it met planning and zoning requirements, they may not have affirmed that.
Yeah, this is complicated because you have land recorded one way but not following, so they're not following, we're not working together here, the recorder's office with the UDO, correct?
So we do letters authorizing letters of lot line adjustments. I'm just saying, whether or not the person working that day may have, paid attention or noticed what was happening with new deeds being recorded, impossible to say. But, the burden of proof is always to show that you met all laws and regulations. Obviously, the zoning code has been in place and the subdivision code has been in place since '73. So as we go through this exercise, which we've done many times, the method of showing that something is legally created is always the same, has always been the same.
And this is,
Yes, I'll allow you to
I'm just going to go
for it.
back and repeat because Bill said it multiple times. These 4 lots were created in 1911, before the planning, before the zoning. The last time I went through this, I was told specifically if anything was established before the zoning department, they didn't have say, because I've been told many times they don't recognize these lots, and I've heard that said tonight by the legal counsel, they don't recognize them. But they were 2 platted lots were subdivided. I am part of 2 platted lots. Staff's recommendation is you're taking 2 separate platted lots, half of them, and making 1 lot. And I don't know how that's legal. Because the deed has been the same since the lots have been subdivided since 1911.
Are we getting close to a motion here?
I'm just looking at the record, and we can argue whether or not a county office did something different, but if you just look at the sales history after 1900, it looks like you had the same owner up to 1984, and then well, I don't know, I may be wrong here, I'm just trying to follow the money trail. So one lot sells the 516 South Woodlawn, sells in 23 and 24 from, well, in 1984, it goes from Del Hales, who owns both parcels. In 1984, that property owner sells one lot to H3 Rentals, and I wonder if that's the same entity because it's a quick claim. But then that lot is sold in 2023 to Joseph Christine LLC, but the other lot isn't sold by Dale Hills until 2007 to Charles Lane. So, I mean, they're not transferring at the same time. To me, that's like they're separate.
Well, but both halves have always been on the same deed and transferred at the same time. So that would have been if there was a situation where the north half of one and the north half of the other had transferred to separate owners, then that would be different. But that's not the case here. So, you know, some of the errors, or some errors, the information in the auditor's office is a result of the uncombination request that was done in 2024. And that is where it ran afoul of the zoning code and shouldn't have been done. So we did not sign off on that.
And were you saying there was a request to uncombine? Is that what it is?
Yes, so the petitioner in 2024 filed a request to uncombine those parcels. And that is where it shouldn't have been allowed to be separated.
Yeah, I hear you, but I'm just looking at the sales records here, though, and they were sold at different times to different parties.
Yes, the north halves and south halves were absolutely sold at different times, but they were always sold together because they were on one deed.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, no, there's different,
I-
the timeline is not matching, Eric. That's the issue here. 'Cause,
Yeah, I'm not disputing what you're saying, Eric. I'm just saying I don't know how you do that. I mean, if it's on the same deed and I'm trying to close on the property, I've got to like do the title search and make it happen, right? And
well,
so,
it wouldn't be released.
to show that you actually have that you're selling what you're selling and I'm buying what I'm buying. And if one was sold in 2027 or 2023 and the other was sold in 2007, I don't know how to square that.
Yep, so I think, you know, certainly the exhibit in there titled, the chain of title, I don't know if that's what you're looking at, you know, shows how things have moved through time. And certainly as you look in the description of those, you see how they were always bundled together.
Yeah, the discrepancy is that one was sold separate, the front one, the one on the right-hand side.
Which one are you looking at?
Lot 30 was sold in 2023, and the other lot was sold in 2024.
Right, so again, that's where it shouldn't have been created that way. So the zoning code says you could not have sold these. These were not individual lots of record. So that was an illegal sale right there.
Whoa, now we're getting into very difficult territory right there.
It shouldn't have been separated into two separate lots of record at that time.
I don't think the zoning code dictates the ability of one to sell a lot.
No, but putting them, the subdivision code does, of taking those two separate lots and putting them on their own deed. You've taken one lot and now created two. with the intention of selling them separately. That is a subdivision, taking one lot and making it two.
These lots were subdivided in 1911. Having two lots on one deed is something you can have
Yeah.
happen. There was no subdivision, legal subdivision that was done. This was done prior to
Well,
the planning department.
yeah, I mean, now we're just repeating ourselves, but thank you so much. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna give the petitioner, how many minutes do they have left there, Eric?
8 minutes?
Okay. Can you do that less than 8 minutes? And this will be your final time, and then let's figure out what we're gonna do. I don't think things are gonna change drastically. I think we've heard both sides. So,
I'm going to do my best not to repeat myself. We've been at this a long time. You are yet to have been told by the staff a legal basis for their policy. There's no ordinance, there's no case, there's no statute. They've yet to, in an hour almost, they've yet to give you a legal basis to disregard two lots that have been existent since 1911 and tell you they're one. And I don't know how the BZA is going to get around that. It's the same road it went down in the Elkins case that the staff report itself identifies as the same case. So I'm sorry, but we don't have any authority for this policy. We've asked for it. We're months into this thing, and they've yet to provide it.
thank you.
I'm sorry, staff has given an absolute legal basis, and Adina, please
Adina,
correct me.
yes.
Yes,
Please.
so I do believe we've given a legal basis, that being that this does not meet the UDO's definition of being subdivided. It's not I think what we need to also focus on is whether it's a developable, developable separate lot. So we can talk about the UDO, the legal definition of subdividing, and I know petitioners mentioned the Elkins case, and one of the things that distinguishes these facts from that case is that in that case there was a building permit that was issued. I know petitioner mentioned a building permit in the beginning of his speech, but didn't continue with it. In that case, there was a building permit that was issued, and they had already started building. So our facts are completely distinct from that. No building permit has been issued, to my recognition, to my knowledge. Nothing has been built, and we're focusing not so much on just the fact whether they're separate, but whether they were legally subdivided under the standards that the UDO has set forth, and whether it's a separate developable lot. And so, City of Bloomington, our position is that there's no record, which would be the legal basis, of an actual subdivision approval that allowed the creation of new lots that are separate and developable lots.
Thank you. Question, do you have a building permit?
No, this is why we're here, is staff is saying the south half of Lot 29 and the south half of Lot 30. Now, Lot 29 has two properties on it, so they were legally subdivided in 1911. Lot 29 was legally subdivided. At the same time, Lot 30 was legally subdivided. So I'm coming in saying I have a legal lot, south half of Lot 30, platted lot. They're saying, I'm saying I'd like my permit. I'm trying to get my permit issued. That's what this is about. This is what's holding it up, is I've got a plan, everything fits with the current UDO. Per the last question, the legal basis, they're quoting the current UDO. In 1911, there was no planning department. It was the 1970s. These lots were legally separated on a deed. A deed can have more than one lot. I have 2 lots. I'm just talking about lot 30. I'm trying to be able to get my permit issued to build a house. Now, whether they say it doesn't fit requirements, I've had an engineer look at it. I've had an engineer look at the code. I've had it platted. It fits. It fits all the requirements to be able to build on it. So it is the house we have will fit on that lot.
Thank you. Let's focus on what we're going to do here, because I don't think we still have several people we want to hear. I want to move on. We need to. I'll entertain a motion.
Well, just get things moving. I'll make a motion. I get the wording right. So we have to make a motion either to deny the appeal or approve, deny the appeal or approve an
Or
appeal.
approve
That's
it.
kind
The
of it, right?
denial is, the denial of the approval is siding with the city. The approval of the appeal is siding with the petitioner.
Well, I'll make a motion that we approve the appeal, and then we can debate it if we get a second.
Do we have a second?
Not fully there.
Yeah. So that motion fails for lack of a second, so I'll move that we approve the, or deny the appeal and approve the staff recommendation, or not recommendation, but interpretation. Do we have a second for that?
Straight down the line.
No, we got to do one or the other. I mean, I guess we can continue
Eric,
it, but
can I second?
Anybody can second.
Okay. I was excluding myself here.
Okay,
I mean, our alternative is that you continue it, right? And then,
then it's even more.
but I don't even know.
But I don't know where we're going to get here. I mean, unless there's like there was one precedent. But remember, everything we do here, we don't base it on precedents. It's specifically to the law. You know, what we're doing. So,
Well, I mean, just for, for my perspective, I think it's debatable.
it is.
So I guess it gets down to what do we want to accomplish? If we deny the appeal, they have the right to, seek judicial relief.
They can.
If we approve it, they still have to go through other kinds of hoops and hurdles
Yeah,
to be
they're
able
just
to.
going to be, still going to go.
Before, it's not like they can just by right go build something tomorrow. So, I mean, it's just, I mean, if I was, if I was being a judge, I'd take it under advisement and do my own research, and that's not I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, no, it's not it's not. All right, let's try again.
Okay, so your reasoning for your motion, can you explain that?
I think that the staff makes a good argument that there wasn't any kind of formal approval process related to a subdivision in the contemporary context of what that means. But the property transfers and all the documents, you refer to these as separate lots. And again, I think I haven't done the research other than just trying to read some of the cases here, which is inadequate, that I think you can make a pretty good argument that these are going to be determined as lots. What you can do with them subsequently is a whole different question.
Yeah.
But, denying it and just, going to court seems like a waste of time.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, how about you make a motion?
Make a motion.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the appeal.
Second.
Roll call, please.
So I just want to make sure, because there was a motion to approve it by Mr. Fernandez, and then it was seconded by Kucinko, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Burrell?
Yes.
Fernandez?
Yes.
Kucinko?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, let's move on.
That's messy.
That was very messy. Let's move to ZR 2026-03-0013, 2408 Shadow Grove Court. We already did that, correct?
Yeah, so I don't know, just to remind the board, any cases that you do not get through have to be rescheduled within 1 week of the hearing date. So you did not set a time to
No.
end tonight, so it's open-ended, unless you want to establish one.
Yeah, we still have, so as of right now, we have 3 cases to be heard. It's 9:21. Let's be judicious about our time, and let's get it done, okay? So let's go. Staff report.
Good evening. Joe Patterson, zoning and long-range planner. So for 2408 South Shadow Grove Court, we're looking at 3 variances, one from environmental regulations regarding steep slope standards, one regarding riparian buffered standards, and then landscaping standards for ground cover. This location is zone medium lot residential, is approximately 1.28 acres. To the north, which is the rear of the property, it abuts Jackson Creek, and that is where the riparian buffer zone is. The majority of the property from the rear of the home to Jackson Creek is within the steep slope area. So these 3 variances tie back to originally a a notice of violation letter that was issued in March of 2024. And these are the outstanding items that remain from that notice of violation. As you can see here, the work that has been done within the riparian buffer area was strictly relating to storm damage, felled trees, debris, and cleaning that area up. You can see within the steep slope area, there's one large retaining wall, as well as a smaller retaining wall, some riprap channels. And what we're looking at is basically these variances are for work that has been done in these areas. It is not for any new work. The work that was done was, there was drainage issues with stormwater, and other issues where water was entering the home. And so the petitioners took it upon themselves to do some work, installing some retaining walls and doing other work without getting the necessary permissions first. And so this retaining wall system was installed. There should have been an infill with standard ground cover. However, they went with a lava rock and filtration system, as well as the riprap channels, and that was all to redirect the drainage down the slope. Within the staff report, you'll see that there was mention of an professional engineer's report, as well as what the contractor did. The professional engineer agreed with primarily with what the contractor did. He said he would have done a similar design. And so by approving these variances, we are looking at it not being injurious, as we believe that by causing the work to be redone, that would be more injurious than what has already been established. The engineer report stated that the work was appropriate. They found that the work would actually help reestablish and protect neighboring properties, and so they would not be affected adversely. And when we get to the peculiar difficulties, the practical difficulties, again, we're looking at that steep slope and how that system was designed to redirect that drainage appropriately. And one mention for the ground cover. There were other areas identified on site. We determined that those were appropriately defined landscape beds. However, there was one location out in the front of the property between the street and the sidewalk where a rock was placed, and we determined that does not meet as it is within the right-of-way, so that will need to be removed and replaced. And so ultimately, we recommend that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt our proposed findings and approve all requested variances with the following conditions: that the work is approved for, that the variances are approved for work in the completed areas as designated. Any future work that is deemed necessary is to be per approved remediation plans, memorandum of understanding, or other agreements. The currently installed systems and features are to be maintained. A floodplain development permit will be required, and then again, the gravel and stone installed within the right-of-ways to be removed and revegetated. And I will be here for any additional questions you have regarding this.
Thank you. Can I have the petitioner, please?
Hi there, Jason McCauley for the Slavens.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. So first off, I want to thank the planning staff very much on behalf of the Slavens for helping them work through what's been a very stressful time for the Slavens' life, and trying to deal with some of the pictures you'll see in the petitioner's packet were some storm damage that precipitated the work that was done without appropriate permitting. So this is all three of these are after the fact variances before you. So as they've worked with city staff to trying to find a course and a path back to saving the foundation of the house, dealing with some drainage issues that come from the end of this cul-de-sac, and the water flows straight at the house. And so some things that the Slavens have been dealing with to get to this point. These three variances are required to approve what they've already done. So we're not proposing new soil disturbance or anything of that nature. They installed a retaining wall that you can see pictures of that is just, it's fantastic, and it probably saved their house. They had tree damage that came down that has required them to have the roof on the house replaced twice. Part of the work that they did was in the riparian buffer area, so that's one of the third variances that's requested. That we agree with the conditions, we acknowledge the conditions. The one that Mr. Patterson mentioned that's out in front in the right-of-way, we actually have a planning staff meeting at the residence scheduled for June 8th, so we'll have an opportunity to discuss what can be put there in lieu of the river rock that's there now currently. So we just want to thank the planning staff and ask the BZA to adopt the findings that the staff has incorporated into the packet. And then the last thing is just want to thank you for your time and considering these requests, because it's been a long path for the Slavens to get to this spot, and now we're just asking for, and we've been working with staff to come out to look at these improvements that have been made. So we're just now asking for them to remain where they're at. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Have any questions for staff or petitioner? Let's go to public comment.
We do have one person online,
All right.
Penny Givens. You should be able to speak.
Can you state your name?
Yes, my name is Penny Gibbons.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I would call attention to the fact that my husband and I sent a letter to the BPA on April 28th, 2026. I'd also like to know if you were made aware of a letter that we also sent in May 23rd, 2026. That's included. It was not in the packet, it was online. We're concerned about a number of things that a question regarding variance on the appeal was filed by Susan and Hiram S. Slavin for the property. We don't know why that property owner didn't seek appropriate variances before the work was done on their property. Susan Slavin, I'd like to point out, is a realtor who owns and operates Eagle Point Realty. And surely as a realtor, she's familiar with the building codes in Bloomington, Indiana. We also don't know if the contractor who designed the retaining wall and the landscaping and what the performance work informs the property owners variances will be needed to legally undertake the work on their property. We don't know exactly when the retaining wall was built and the ground was installed, and whether or not that retaining wall itself was built on a slope that was greater than the 18% that is against the city's code. I just heard the name tonight from Joe Patterson. I didn't know who the staff person was who wrote this report or what his qualifications are, but I certainly would like to know if someone like Kelsey Platonia, who has a double master's degree and who is a former MS4 coordinator, and the record related on these stormwater division was installed in this, the city utilities. I don't know also the various decks were built on this house, and when the in-ground pool was the covered pool was installed, because that also increases the amount of bump that is created. The petitioner's lawyer, I'd like to point out, wrote that vegetative cover is not a realistic or appropriate substitute for stone. The variance reduces difficulties by allowing only practical ground cover approach that maintains damage and slope stability. Now, I would point out that other properties in Spicewood, which back up to Jackson Creek, all have tree canopies and rely on vegetative cover. Why is this property sufficiently different in that respect? I'd like to know if trees have been planted to replace those that either fell naturally or were removed by the property owners. There's also the trees that were on city property where trees were illegally cut down. What happens if future owners of this property opt to remove the riprap on the property? What protections will be put into place to ensure that no harm occurs to other properties in the area, both in Spicewood and in Shirley Oaks? I would point out that as property owners, and this is in the original letter that's in your packet, the property owners may only receive a notice of EPA appeal hearing for this property that was initially scheduled for April 23rd, 2026. On April 28th, 5 days later, yes, 5 days later, after the hearing was scheduled, we immediately sent a letter to the EPA about this issue. Who is responsible for ensuring we received the letter in a timely manner? Was it Fisher's or their lawyer? We have no idea. And notice we received was undated and unsigned. Again, you should have a copy of that in your packet. Sorry. It's been a long evening for me as well. So what penalty, if any, attaches to riprap removed. What is the required correction within the community? But in this situation, specifically what ground cover will be required and on what timeline? And the letter that the city will consent to the property owner on March 8th, 2020, sorry, switch to something else. Anyway, this is just not, the whole thing is that the Slavens and the firm which designed the current landscaping and retaining wall and possibly the firm which performed the earthwork should have all known that they were in violation of Bloomington code.
Thank you.
So this is a situation in which the owners made a decision to ask for forgiveness rather than ask for permission. As such, we ask that this circular drop.
Thank you, Ms. Gitt. Thank you, Ms. Benny. You are out of time.
Okay, but there's a huge violation
Thank you.
of these people, of the owners. Huge.
Thank you. We're going to mute you now. Okay. Anybody else? Is there anybody else online that would like to comment?
If there is anybody else online, please use the raise hand function, and we can recognize you. I'm not seeing anybody.
All right, just as a statement for the public comment, we did receive the letter and we did read the letter from you dated on April 28th. Okay, we're back to the board for any questions or comments after hearing the public comment or what they have said.
I can make a motion. I make a motion for CR 2026-04-0013 for 3 requested variances to be approved with the conditions outlined, with the 5 conditions outlined in the staff report.
Second.
I didn't know if there was any comment or discussion.
Yes, I do have a comment. This has been a long process for the petitioners and for the city. A lot of time spent on this, and a lot of, I also want to acknowledge all the neighbors as they had to endure the process, maybe not knowing fully of what's going on, and also fears of so this has caused a lot of concerns for the neighbors as well, and I want to acknowledge that. But I want to commend the city for working with them and getting as much as we can done with work that was already done without permission. So, and figuring out a way to make this as compliant as possible. So I appreciate you guys. And appreciate the petitioner as well. So with that, I hope for people that are listening to this, if you're doing a project in your house, even though your contractor says it's okay, check with Planning Commission first before you do it. Anyway, let's go. Roll call, please.
Burrell,
Yes.
Fernandez,
Yes.
Kucinko.
Yes.
All right, we're moving forward to ZR 2026-05-0021, 41 Highland Avenue.
Yes, so this is a very simple request in essence. So this is an administrative appeal of a staff determination regarding a gravel and driveway parking area for a property of 410 South Highland. So this came to staff as a result of notice of violation regarding a gravel parking area that had been established on a property. In this particular situation, as I mentioned, a gravel area had been established on the northeast corner of a property. We looked back at previous aerial images as well as Google Street View, as we often do in times of trying to determine, if a violation has occurred or whether or not a particular site feature has existed on a property or how long it's been there. So, with this, we go back through all the things at our disposal. Google Street View offers historical perspectives, images on properties, as well as aerial photographs. So we did go back several years in Google Street View and can see that the area, had been, the area that had been used as parking had been abandoned, had been reclaimed as vegetation. The gravel of the parking area had been removed, and then it had been reestablished and put back. And so the issue is in relation to how wide of a driveway is allowed off of a alley. So you're allowed to have a 20-foot by 20-foot pad. This particular parking area greatly exceeded that width, and so that is the aspect of this that is non-compliant. So staff made a determination that the parking area that had been established there exceeded what was allowed, and so we issued them an NOV for that, and the petitioners are appealing that NOV. And so that concludes.
Quick question, Eric. On this 23 image, the gravel area there, is that the alley?
Yes. Yeah, there is a 12-foot platted alley that runs along the north side of this property. So that concludes my presentation, and we can answer any questions after the petitioner's spoken.
All right. I'm ready to hear from the petitioner.
Hello, I'm Michael Cookman. I've known the owner, Steve Patterson, for about 23 years.
Let's, so are both of you going to talk?
He had a stroke in November. I'm here to help him.
Okay, so you're here on his behalf. All right, I'm going to swear both you in, even though he's not going to talk,
Okay.
because he's going to be
Yeah, he's
agreeing.
not feeling very good.
Yeah, I understand. We're
This
going to
long.
move this as fast as we can, okay? Appreciate your time, appreciate you being here. Sorry for the delay. Anyway, can you state your name?
Michael D. Cookman.
All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. You affirm? Yes.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. So I actually went to this property 23 years ago when I met him to fix the roof. So I know this property well, and I've been working on it for over a year now. It has had a parking since I've known him. There's gravel there, and they've fined him over the years for it having grass in the gravel or gravel in the grass. They can't decide what they want to do. I don't know why they haven't used the Zoom. I went back to school for computer-aided drafting and graduated in 16, and I worked for a $40 million engineering company just a couple years ago, and it really nerves me that staff seems to, I guess is how we relate here, suggesting that that's vegetation area when you can, I have pictures. I don't have them here tonight because I assume we were told we may have to file for a variance, but I really don't think it's necessary because if you use the Zoom on any GIS or use any, I've got topography, anything that's on the internet, you can easily see that has always been gravel, and it's grown up because the place has been, he hasn't lived there. He went to college there. He just told me tonight he's owned it since the 50s. It's always been that way. It was a place of business in the 80s. So I'll leave you guys up to you. If we have to do a variance, I understand, but there's some other problems I don't really want to get into tonight with stormwater issue there on that alleyway. So,
Okay. Thank you. And you still have some time to come back and talk if you need to. Okay? Any questions from you guys? Are you still thinking of your question? Okay. Do you have any questions?
No. But I'm trying to open up there.
Are we supposed to say something yet?
No, we're just looking at the paperwork that we have in front of us, and if you want to sit down, you can sit down. You can come back up when we ask a question, if you feel better.
So just so I have this clear, we're voting on mechanic gravel driveway we put it into.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Oh, so just to be clear, the variance is for a new gravel driveway.
Well, so they are appealing our determination that there is a grandfathered parking area, in essence.
Okay.
Our assertion is that there was at one point, but it was removed. There was no longer use as that. The vegetation overcame that area. The gravel was removed, whatever. And so they are appealing our determination that there is a non-compliant driveway there.
Okay. If there wasn't the vegetation, would there be an issue with the UDO?
So if there still had been a parking area that had been established, a grandfathered area, there would not be a problem, because there would be, it would have not been removed, in essence. So, the non-conforming driveway, was installed prior to current regulations, and, ours, like I said, our assertion is that it was removed and then reestablished later, several years later.
And so for the owner of the property, so let's say driveway is approved, then they can go about and install the driveway.
Well,
or
so-
are we pushing a driveway?
Yeah, so if you deny their request, deny their appeal, then we would work with them to put in a compliant driveway. If you approve their appeal that the driveway was never removed, then what's there in essence can remain. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it just seems like well, we're not ready for comment, sorry.
Any more questions? Questions for the petitioner? I have a question, if you could come back to the podium. And the question is, so this gravel driveway has been there forever?
There's just grass growing up in the gravel. I mean, they obviously didn't even go out and look at the site physically, because I didn't remove any dirt, okay? I put extra gravel in and I can show proof that just a month ago, that whole road flooded, and he's lucky. It's been flooding his basement for over 20 years, and they've tried to fix it. They took the curb out. I'll just say what needs to be said, because they took the curb out. I have pictures of it, and they tapered it, took the curb out at that alleyway and tapered it, okay? So I'm not real sure why, to make it easier for pedestrians. All the other alleyways still have curbs and painted yellow distinguished curbs. But the violation said that basically that we disturbed vegetation area, and I did not remove any dirt from that area. I took the grassy top off of it, I scraped it off, and I added gravel in. I have 2 videos in the past year that either IU or the city, I'm pretty sure it's a city truck, has come in. Well, they've been doing it. I can prove they've added gravel to that alleyway, over a foot of gravel. So he couldn't have the driveway the way it was. They've altered the, beyond. But the point is, all we're here tonight for is it's been gravel this whole time. He had grass grow up through the gravel.
It was a gravel basement. It went in the basement.
I didn't know he was going to have to actually talk or really even show up until last week. So I'm sorry I didn't provide pictures or more, factual evidence here. But
Does he
you can
use the
clearly go
driveway?
back and look in the top topography, any GIS system, and zoom in and see he's had cars there, parked there over the years. They fined him for it. Look at some of the, look at some of the fines in the city. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. All right, anybody else? Questions? We're done with questions. Let's go, did we do public comment? I think we did. So open
If
to public
there's-
comment.
Yeah, if there's anybody online that would like to speak to this petition, please use raise hand function. I'm not seeing anybody online.
Okay.
So just to clarify, one
Yeah.
important component to this, and I guess, one of the challenges that various city departments had encountered was that, there had been some tickets for parking on an unimproved surface because there was no indication there was any gravel. So it just looked like somebody was parking in the grass. And so then it sounds like gravel got dumped there and reestablished a parking area that exceeded what was allowed now. So that was, I think, the position that the city found itself in. So as we look back at this historic photos in the Google Street View, as I mentioned there, it appeared that it had all been removed and then reestablished at a later time. I don't know if that helps kind of fill in some of the blanks of what the petitioner was mentioning in terms of the fines or the tickets that had been issued. That was for parking on an unimproved surface because parking enforcement went by and it appeared that they were just parking in the grass.
Okay. Thank you. Sure, I'll allow it. Can you go to the microphone? You need to go to the microphone, sorry.
That area, I just asked him while we were here, has it changed since he bought it? And it's always been that way. He did put the railroad ties in for a barrier there, but the elevation and the parking, that area has been that way for over 30 years, 50 years.
I might add that being that closer to campus and that hard for parking in that area, there are numerous students. I can't park there half the time when I come over. Yeah, there are people that park there all the time, and they get tickets, I guess. I don't know. So if you have some record of tickets, you need to talk to them.
Thank you. All right, we're back to the board for a final action. So on this one, keep losing my, you either approve the appeal or you deny the appeal. Okay?
Well, I guess the part of the staff report that I just kind of question a little bit is, allowing vegetation to grow through gravel is not the same thing as removing a use and then reestablishing it. I just don't, I mean, to say that it ceased to exist and was reestablished implies that there was some kind of affirmative action taken other than, parking there and adding more gravel. I just can't get too excited about it, to be honest.
all right, well, I'll entertain a motion.
So just again, a denial is obviously to affirm the petitioner, and then an approval would be to affirm staff's position. That the-
Motion for denial.
A motion for denial, wait a second. Now it's too late, Eric, help us out.
Yeah, so denial is with the petitioner.
Yes.
Motion for denial.
No, I'm so sorry.
No, that is the opposite. That's what I was like.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's,
you
it's,
approve
it's
the
late.
appeal- no,
I'm
if
so
you
sorry. If
approve
you
the
if you
appeal,
approve it, you
You
are
are
affirming.
with the petitioner.
Okay.
And if you deny the appeal,
To approve the appeal.
yes.
With the petitioner.
Sorry, it's late.
That's me, just, no, it's
Yeah.
okay, we'll make it crystal clear.
Second.
Second? All right.
I also say, as far as grass in the gravel, I talked to one of the hand boys, came by, and, I mean, it was, now, if I had sprayed herbicide in there, it would be right in your sewer line. The water would go up all the way into way up. Well, it would fill my driveway, it would fill my basement. So it's going to wash all of the herbicide into the drains.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't do that.
Well, we're going to vote on it now. Okay, so now, did you understand what we're voting for? We're voting for approval of your appeal. We're voting on your favor, okay? Roll call, please.
Burrell,
Yes.
Fernandez,
Yes.
Kacinko.
Yes.
And I'm so sorry. Who was the second on that one? John, thank you very much. Appeal is approved.
Okay, the appeal is approved. Thank you. Moving on to our last petition of the evening, ZR 2026-04-0017. This is a request for 2660 Second Street.
Thank you. So this is a request for a variance from sign standards to allow for an off-premise sign for a building that is located at 2660 East 2nd Street. The property has been developed with a multi-tenant building that faces 2nd Street, has an interior parking area. So the petitioner is occupying the south portion of the building, the first floor of that with a new use, and would like, has placed some signage on their portion of the building, as well as a sign in the, or a panel in a freestanding sign that's out on 2nd Street. They would like to install an approximately 10 square foot sign on the north side of the building. There are several signs on that north side of the building now currently. One of those received a permit from our department erroneously. The others we were not able to find sign permits for, so they just kind of have appeared, and we never had a complaint or anything to notify us that there were illegal signs that were there. So the petitioner would like to place a sign here as well. Next to the other signs, as I indicated, there would be about 12 inches by 120 inches, so 2 by 10. And so the request obviously is evaluated per the criteria in the UDO. We generally, as we deal with these conversations on off-premise signs, you know, the intent, amongst many reasons for why you regulate them, is to reduce visual clutter on buildings. You know, if folks were to place all of the signs on a building, you know, not on their space, it would just clutter up an entire portion of the building, as well as, you know, uses that aren't even located on the property would just put signs there. So that's why it's important to have signage for tenants on their portion of the building, so that you reduce that clutter in one particular area. Obviously, with this situation here, the small size of this sign is not going to substantially increase visual clutter here. So we did not find that it would be generally injurious, did not find any adverse impacts to the adjacent use and value. However, again, as we always struggle with all of the criteria, the third one certainly is challenging of, what is the hardship of this property that doesn't allow them to place signage on their building? There are multi-tenant buildings throughout Bloomington that don't, all of their tenant spaces don't have frontage on a street. It's not uncommon by any means. They do have wall space on their portion of the building to place signage. They have placed that. They've got a freestanding sign panel. So we did not find, unfortunately, any peculiar conditions that would allow us to recommend approval of this. So we are recommending denial with those three criteria, and happy to answer any questions. The petitioner is available online.
Yes, let's get the petition online.
Layla, you should be able to speak.
Thanks, Eric.
Yes, can you state your name, please?
My name is Layla.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Eric did a great job. As he said, it is one in particular where pretty much almost all of the tenant spaces do not face the direct frontage, so it's hard visually for them to get invisibility. They do have the list of nail sign, as he said, however, again, still not great visibility. So the challenge here for them is that in order to increase the visibility and actually have the potential to have success in that location, they want to include their name on the list of tenant sign nails that are already existing on the building, as all the other tenants have their sign nail on that location as well. So in order to maintain show that they're there too and get their name out there, they just want to be included with all the other tenant spaces that are already listed in that same location.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have anything else to add, or you still have some time later if you need to add?
Not at this time, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do you guys have any questions?
I've got a couple.
Go ahead.
When was this building built?
I have no idea. I would just be guessing 80s maybe.
But it's fair to say it was built way before we adopted the current UDO.
Yes, the prohibition on off-premise signs, though, has been in the zoning code since at least 73.
But we're talking about wall signs.
Yeah, but so, I mean, same difference. The language in the UDO has been refined to say, signs have to be on tenant spaces, but off-premise signs have been in there and regulated since at least 73.
1974, yeah, that's like, it looked like 70s.
So is this an existing sign, Eric, the larger sign where she's talking about they want to add their name to it?
So the sign that wants to go up is the Jump a Go sign. And so that is the sign. I can put this back up. Oh, I'm not sure. It would be located on the bottom of.
But it's, I guess the question for me is like, just from personal experience, the wall sign regulations make some big assumptions about uniform building design. And there's not a floor plan here, so it's not clear to me how the tenant suites are divided up within the building.
Yeah, it's kind of, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
So, I mean, you know, there's the assumption in the code that you have some kind of uniform, you know, suite development that makes it possible that your wall sign per tenant can be adjacent to the tenant space, which doesn't always really work. You know, so I think some flexibility is in order when it comes to these kinds of things, and especially when you look at the just the practicality of where you would want signage on a property that sits the way this one does off 2nd Street. And then when we have findings, to me, you know, these findings are always tricky, but the most important ones would be, is it injurious? And the finding is no. Will it have a negative impact on, you know, other properties? The findings, no. But we're interpreting the third one as saying that somehow there's no way that there's anything unique about this property that would warrant approving the variance. And I think that's where we have to impose just some, I mean, for lack of a better term, flexibility. And so, I mean, that's just my point of view. I mean, I would be inclined to modify that final finding and recommend that we do approve the requested variance as depicted in the, for the specific sign that's been, you know, depicted in the staff report. I guess it's 120 by 12.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 1 foot by 6 feet.
I mean, that's just a comment, so I defer to my other colleagues here on whether they have a similar point of view.
I guess I do have a question for the petitioner. If you know where in the building this business is located, is it imperative that they have their name there too because they want to be seen?
Yeah, so their location is actually on the lower level on the back side of the building. So you have to go all the way through the parking lot and around the back side. It does not have very good visibility at all from any direction where your entrance is located.
Yeah, so I would say that is a practical difficulty. Then you're trying to mark your place of business and people can't find you. All right, let's go now that we had questions. Any more questions? No? All right, let's go to public comment.
If there is anybody online that would like to speak to this, please use the raise hand function. We can recognize you. I don't think there's anybody left.
Everybody's asleep. Yes. Well.
All right, then I'm going to.
Go ahead, back to the board then.
I'd like to propose an amendment to the third finding, and it would read that a strict application of the terms of the UDO would result in practical difficulties in the use of the property. The unique configuration of the building and the tenant's lease space creates challenges in achieving adequate sign visibility that is practical and functional for the intended business uses. The existing permitted signage, including the 32 square foot sign, I think that's the right dimensions, foot sign on the south side of the building, and the new panel of the freestanding sign on fronting East Second Street does not provide sufficient visibility for the tenant's businesses given the property's specific design and conditions. And then with that amended finding, I would make a motion that we approve the requested wall sign variance, and that the condition would be that it is, any sign would be consistent with the size, placement, and design depicted in the staff report.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Burrell,
Yes.
Fernandez,
Yes.
Kutsenko.
Yes.
Thank you. Congratulations. We are adjourned.